Yo, 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 yo. We are doing political debates. Who gon' talk to me till the sun comes up? I missed. What's going on, chat? I've been waiting for you all day. Well, here we are. We're here and we're queer, baby. What's going on, chat? We are doing Trump debates, Trump supporter debates. Oh man, I just fudged up my entire screen. Oh no. Hold and that looks right-ish. Hold on. How's that? How's that? That's all right, right? What's going on, y'all? Where's the puppy? She's in my bed, and my bed's not made because my place is kind of messy right now. What up, y'all? You can't even see her if I try to show you. She's just chilling on the bed, y'all. We just woke up from a nap, a post-workout nappy poo. Hit legs again today. I think I'm hitting legs twice a week. I think I'm gonna do legs twice a week, y'all. I need girthy hams. Yellow, is this?
What's up, buddy?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter. I think that there's a sound argument in favor of the proposition that MAGA is the best political theory.
We've
Would you like
talked
to hear the
before.
argument? I don't think we have, but
We have.
I guess the first part of this it's written in first order notation, so I trust you can understand that. So
You're already
let's first start by
filbroing too hard, but yeah, go ahead.
let's start by defining our predicate terms. The first one's going to be a single place predicate or monadic predicate that accepts an arity of one, so it has exactly one argument. The second one is going to be a double place predicate or binary predicate that accepts an arity of two, so it consists of exactly two arguments. And then there's a polyadic predicate that, or a multi-place predicate that accepts an arity of two or more, and it accepts.
Anyways, chat, how's it going today? I hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. I hope that everybody had a very cold pillow last night. I am feeling fantastic. I am feeling fantastic. Ugh, I can't get over what this tastes. This caffeine drink I got tastes like. It's very bitter. It tastes like the zest of like a lemon. Hating on President Trump is getting so old, moldy, and worn out. It is slightly carbonated. How's my mom doing, y'all? I don't want to talk about it. She's not here. She's not here anymore. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K. We are doing Trump supporter debates. If you want to debate and you're a Trump supporter or a conservative, hop into the box. I'm sure that people are tired of hearing about how bad their president is, but it just keeps stacking every day. It just keeps stacking every day. Yeah. You should play some of the new games on the Steam program thing. Also saw you on Johnny's. You need to practice canceling people by bullying MAGAs. Listen, Moon, I laid in bed for like an hour and a half earlier thinking about the game we were playing. We've got a few now. Sword Art Online game. I love Sword Art Online. I haven't played the game yet. It's weird playing a game about a person playing a game. I think it's funny. Who did I vote for? Kamala. Easy. Easy. Looking good. Yo, thanks, Doc. You can get a demo on Steam? I might check it. I might check it out. I'm actually, I just unsubscribed to Final Fantasy 14, y'all. We unsubscribed. I should have given away all my gil. I have like 150 million gil, which is an absurd amount. If anyone plays Final Fantasy, let me know. I think I have a few days left on it. Guys, we are doing Trump supporter debates. If you want to debate, you can call this phone number on the screen, or you can hop into the box. My main account, still no guest access. Can't even go on someone else's live. Sucks. Ugh, guys, we did a full body workout today, but we mostly focused on legs. And I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. What did I say? I don't know. I don't know what was said. It was definitely not me. It was Coco talk. Stretch before bed. Daisy, I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, but I think it's still got like a cult following. Jeremy says FDT. Yeah. Donald's the only president in history outwitted by a single cell organism. Is that algae? Did you guys see the post going viral on Twitter where people accused of raiding an Antifa headquarters that was full of like algae? It was fake. It was AI generated. But people ran with it so hard, including one of our Congress people. It's scary, dude. Team algae? Agreed. He's either a congressperson or a large influencer, I forget. So sad, dude. So sad. Randy Fine, no. The art of the peel. Thank you, Georgia, for the hand heart. Thank you. Excited for Ocarina? Is it this year? Is it coming out this year? It was a woman, by the way. It's coming this year. I will be buying that. I guess I have to buy a Switch 2 as well. God, I can't imagine what Switch 2s are going to cost in a few months. Why is Texas giving Antifa 100-year sentences? I think there was something in regards to like targeting law enforcement with threats. You know they're going to do a Zelda Switch 2. Chat, we are here to do political debates, Democrats, politicians, Congress, Senate, ranked choice voting, Trump-endorsed candidates, PragerU. Why don't we all quit wearing just about Donald Trump and open our eyes to the bigger picture? What's the bigger picture than the guy in charge of the world? Is it global? Is it climate change? Y'all don't believe in that. I can't think of a bigger picture than that. What's a bigger picture? This is my alt chat. Don't forget to give me a follow if you haven't done so already. People probably just really hate hearing about how wrong they were when they voted for Trump. How that they accidentally voted for like a dictator, authoritarian wannabe, somebody who blatantly lies and weaponizes misinformation, propaganda campaigns, who's trying to get multiple authoritarians back into power in multiple countries, somebody who's tanked the economy all over the world, can't help himself but to just completely fuck up all diplomatic efforts in a war he started, constantly trying to jerk himself off about bringing the gas prices down that he rose. This is the alt of the alt of the alt. He was funny on The Apprentice. Looking back at somebody who's been so destructive to society, immediately everything's not fun anymore. It's like saying, like, listen to this joke that Hitler once said. Don't you think it's funny? No matter how good the delivery was, a joke from Hitler's probably just not funny. The Apprentice wasn't that good. I think people were just easily satisfied with shitty game shows in that era. I think it was easy to make like I think Kai Cenat runs a better game show than The Apprentice. I think Mr. Beast easily does. Did I see Dean's New Jubilee? Yes. He just absolutely pulls down those little diapies and spanks those heinies. He absolutely served. What up, Dano? I did see that he was swatted. I did see that. Unfortunately, that's the nature of being a content creator. I've never been swatted, thank God, even when I was a big gaming content creator. But I don't like most of my viewership was international, so I don't think they even have the ability. He deserved. Oof. It was this week, right? It didn't even raid his room. You minimizing getting swatted? Like, even if they didn't make it into the house, I think it's popular enough to where a SWAT team can see someone standing behind or sitting behind a microphone and going, oh, okay, and immediately realizing the situation without having to do a full clear of the house. I think that's where we're at. Someone did get his credit card info. They recognize him from before. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Kind of, yeah.
Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18. I'm 19 years old.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Hmm. Well, he's kind of lost like a lot of support for me because mostly because of the Israel stuff. But I guess the main thing I like about Trump is that I feel like he's the strongest candidate for the Republican side. I also don't think women should be in the office. So I think Trump was the only logical choice.
Why don't you think why don't you think women should be in office, bro?
It's always been like that. Women have never been in positions of power, and that's when I feel like civilizations do better.
So you just it's kind of a vibe for you because we have science that shows that women are, for instance, better leaders.
And what scientific proof do you have?
There's a study done by Harvard, there's a study done by Forbes that studied multiple thousands of C-suite companies or companies C-suites, those led by women, those not. And the ones led by women overwhelmingly outperformed the ones ran by men because um, they have more strong attributes in regards to things like empathy. So I don't know. When it comes to Trump
Who,
cutting food stamps or something, I think a female president would likely think and sympathize with people who might need to eat a little more than some, guy who
but
paints his face orange.
empathy is not an important role to have as a leader
Why do you say that?
because all the great leaders didn't really have empathetic hearts, and I don't feel like empathy is the answer for everything. You know,
Can you name a great leader that had no empathy?
Stalin. Um,
Do you think Stalin was a great leader?
I'm not saying he was a great person. I'm saying in terms of a leader, he was
It's like
a
one of
good
his
leader.
biggest flaws, right? It was like starving his own people.
But you didn't look all his accomplishments. You know,
Yeah, but
you're only
he was considered a brutal dictator because of how empathetic he was.
um, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. Obviously, killing your people is really bad, but I feel like you can't just look at that one instance of.
Yes, I can. That's like the worst case scenario of being unempathetic.
I just don't feel like that.
I think it's kind of a weak argument, bro. It's kind of a weak argument. We can
I
see
don't think
how
it's a weak
women
argument.
outperform men in the C-suite, and I think that's enough for me. Especially when we're
Of
making
course.
decisions that affect your own people, like starving your own people. Trump's got a dash of that in him. He's threatened to genocide entire countries. I feel like a woman might be less likely to do that. I think
You
that
also have to
that's
think about
good.
like this: the men we built this world. I feel like we should automatically have a have the opinion over anything a woman says.
I
It's
think that
because
what
every
you're alluding to
innovation,
is
every
when
road,
no, that's not true either. We have plenty of civil engineers that are women.
but they're dominated by men.
Yeah, because of the patriarchy, because they've suppressed women or oppressed women.
No, they're not oppressed in today's. Any woman can do anything.
You sure about that?
They
You're
can't.
you're you're talking right now about how they can't be president because you don't like that.
Yeah, I don't think they should be in leader position. I didn't say that they can't do whatever they want.
So a leader
Besides that,
position, they can do everything besides be leaders?
yeah,
That's not oppression?
no. Actually, it's not. Women have been designed to be runner-ups. Always listen to men. It's been like that since biblical times. It's been that since the beginning of
Oh,
time, my
so you're
brother.
a so you're Christian.
I didn't say I was a Christian, but
Are you?
I am. But
Yeah.
I didn't say I was.
Yeah. You just said biblical times. If you're referring to a thing that uh, is backing your stance by looking at the Dark Ages. I think that's pretty gross. You guys have been doing,
Well, I mean,
people have been doing horrible things since biblical times. It doesn't mean it's right.
well, you don't need to be a Christian to have these beliefs. You know, it's taught in any religion that women are second class compared to men.
Yeah, I think that's problematic. I'm not religious, and I think I'm a better person for it.
I don't think so because I think those values, those good values, good masculine values are taught in the Bible and in the Quran. All those religious good masculine values are taught.
Dude, I think it's extremely emasculine to hate on women or talk about women as second-class citizens. I think seeing them as a threat like you do
I don't see
is a
them as a threat.
weakness. It's a flaw. Well, having a bad leader is a threat to you, right?
No, having a woman, no. Yeah, having a bad leader is, I feel like is a threat, is a problem. And I
So
just
you
don't
agree
think
with what
women,
I said?
no, no, but you're trying to paint me as this guy who hates women. I just think women need to be in, need to be women. I feel like I don't feel like they should work. I feel like men, if you get married, I think you should be the provider. I think you're just trying to paint me as this bad guy, and I feel like,
I 100% think you're a bad person if this is your belief.
wait, so I'm a bad person for saying that
That
if you're
women are
married,
second-class citizens?
well, I could have
Yes.
phrased it better, but I just don't think
I
they're
think you
equal
said
to
it
men.
perfect. Yeah, I think this is extremely bad position to have, especially in 2026. Um, I think especially following 2,000-year-old literature for your morals is probably uh, led you to believe this. I think it's gross. I think it others people. I think that you guys constantly infantilize them and treat them like someone who's not
Exactly.
your equal.
I
I
have a
think it's
question.
gross. Yeah.
If Kamala Harris got into office, what exactly was she going to do better than Trump?
Literally, literally everything. Literally, quite literally, balance the budget, build
She,
homes. She wouldn't have picked wars with countries that we couldn't win. Trump's literally paying. He's ready to open the checkbook and pay $300 billion to Iran to say he's sorry for reparations because he lost this war with a country the size of Texas, with the world's largest military. He lost.
well, again, I'm not defending Trump in any type of way because, I already told you this before. I'm not really a Trump
I think a
supporter.
woman.
I'm a Republican supporter.
Yeah, I think that uh, you guys are spineless if you're like, well, there's no other Republican. I'm going to pick a guy that was a game show host who paints his face orange and lies all the time.
No, no, I told you this before. I'm not a Trump supporter. I am a Republican.
And you voted
I
Trump,
kind of
right?
agree. I voted for Trump because he was the only logical answer.
The only guy, the guy who's a 34-time felon, who tried to steal the election, who still cries about stolen elections with zero proof.
Well, it was stolen, but
It was. What evidence you got?
I mean, we can go down to the voter fraud, with the voting polls. I think, I don't know the exact context of what happened, but I'd have to do some more research on that.
Yeah,
But
I think
it was rigged.
it was not rigged. If we could rig elections, we wouldn't have Trump right now, right?
Um, to a certain extent, yes.
We wouldn't have lost the House and the Senate, right?
Well, the reason why you Democrats lost is because your men are weak,
I
and
don't think so.
you guys push a lot of anti-men propaganda.
I don't think men need any sort of protecting in this regard. I think women need protecting from men like you, and I think that takes a stronger man. I think it takes a man with more morals and less fragility to be able to stand up for these things, especially people who might be worried about looking emasculine. I think that you guys are terrified, paranoid of not looking like the chest beating barbarian that might illustrate the word masculinity to you. I think that masculinity can manifest in 1,000 different ways that you guys don't exercise, that is far more healthier, conducive to a society that works. I think that the things you're saying proudly with your chest uh, harm people. And I think it takes a stronger person to be able to espouse political beliefs that don't hurt people.
But the world wasn't built upon opinions and feelings. It was so that's why I feel like sometimes you have to put your feelings aside because that's what makes a weak man. That's what makes a beta male. You know.
I don't think so, man. First of all, I think people consistently worried about this, looking like a beta male, are falling to peer pressure more than anybody. I think that your ideas and beliefs are shaped by strong men or by weak men with a shitty version of what a strong man is or a strong man is. I think that when you look at Trump, you see a man who lashes out and is very insecure. You got restricted. Good Lord.
Yeah, I restricted.
Oh, God damn, dude. People just come right out and say it, dude. Come right out and say it. I hope he's very open and loud about his beliefs to any woman that looks to, or man that looks to dating this person. I think that people need to hear it. Hello, is this a
Oh,
Trump
hello.
supporter?
How you doing? Yep,
Cool. What
I
do you like
am.
about Trump?
I think Donald Trump is the greatest president in the history of our country
How?
because he has fixed our gas prices. He's fixed our economy. He's made sure that America is the greatest nation in the history of the planet once again after
Wait,
Biden had failed.
Hold on. How did he fix gas prices? Aren't they
Well,
still up?
he
They're still
stopped the
up from
war.
Biden.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
That's unfactual. That's wrong. Nope. That's wrong. Now,
We're gonna
here's the
have
thing,
to.
Pickles. Look, Pickles. We have so much going on from Biden right now that he ruined our economy. He made our way of living worse. I mean, if you went back 4 or 5, years ago, before and after Trump was president, I mean, you could tell that Biden wasn't doing so well with our economy. He was ruining it. That's unfactual. That's wrong. That
This
is
is
completely wrong.
this is literally AAA gas prices.
Nope, that's wrong. It's a lot cheaper than that.
This is the average. It's national average, bub.
Nope, that's wrong.
Where do you
And
get your
that's
national averages? Where would you like me to check?
somewhere governmental where Donald Trump is telling the truth, and he's always telling the truth.
God, he's got 30,000 documented lies his first administration.
Nope,
He's a
no, he
prolific
don't.
liar.
Unfactual.
It's literally factual. Each one of them are
That's
listed by Washington Post.
that's strictly unfactual. You have to have common knowledge in order to understand that he is a good president.
I don't think so. I think you have to be very stupid.
No,
I think you have
that's
to look
wrong.
at data and say no,
Nope,
like you are.
nope, that's wrong. That's completely and strictly unfactual. I'm telling you,
Can you tell me a thing Biden did to make the economy worse? Can you tell me a bill he passed?
he sat there and let China dominate the entire market, sitting there having Temu and Sheen and all these other different companies coming in and ruin our economy. That's what he had going on.
What did he do to do that? Just
What
sat
did
there,
he do to
just
do that?
inactions? Because
Yeah,
I'm
he
pretty
sat
sure
there.
Biden invested in like microchips and microchip manufacturing,
Nope.
EV manufacturing, biomedical manufacturing.
Nope.
$1.2 trillion invested because of Biden to compete with China directly.
Nope. That's wrong. That's unfactual.
What's wrong about that?
Because I did not experience a single thing coming from his administration. When Trump got in, the money went all the way up. It soared all the way up. It made sure that darn economy looking good.
So you
That's
don't
what Trump
you
did.
don't know any facts. You're just saying it. You're just saying vibes.
No, that's
Can you
wrong.
give me an actual bill that Joe Biden passed that was bad for the economy?
The Affordable Care Act.
That's not Joe Biden, but
That was Joe Biden.
that was Obama.
That's wrong.
What? Are you shitting me, dude?
No.
When was the Affordable Care Act passed?
2022.
No. No.
What?
Do I have to show you this too? Do you guys just have a shame kink? When was the ACA passed? March
That's
23,
wrong. It was
2010.
no damn 2010. That's AI. Look at that. That says AI overview on the top.
Oh, man.
Check it
Affordable
again.
Care Act.
Check
We'll go to Wikipedia.
check Joe Biden.
2010.
Nope. That's wrong. That's unfactual.
You guys live in a separate reality, my friend.
No, I'm not.
Nuh-uh.
Wrong.
Nuh-uh.
Don't do that with me.
Nuh-uh.
Nope. That's wrong. He said no. Tell me one thing Trump hasn't done good.
The
One
economy's
thing, not a bunch. Not a bunch. One thing strictly. That is unfactual, Miss Cakes. Why are you lying? He did not R-word anybody.
I didn't say that, but
No, that was Miss Cakes, not you.
okay. We can just talk about trying to invade or trying to go to war with Iran.
Nope, that's wrong.
What's wrong about what I said?
Iran was making uranium, and they had enriched uranium coming into their country, and they wanted to bomb Israel. That's what they wanted to do
What allowed them to get enriched uranium?
because they sat there and they just did it. They disobeyed that order Barack Hussein Obama gave to them for $1 trillion, while Trump had to give $1 billion
It
to
was
them.
1 billion. It was 1.5 billion. And by the way, Trump is on his way to give 28 billion plus 300.
Nope, that's wrong. I see that. Number one, Barack Hussein Obama gave them $1 trillion, not $1 billion.
A trillion. How
Yep,
many pallets of
yep.
cash is $1 trillion? This was like a half a pallet of cash.
Like 9 zeros.
All right, let's Google this. All right. How much money did Obama give Iran in the JCPOA? All right. Drum roll, chat. Allowed Iran access to 50 billion to 100 billion of its own frozen assets, and then it was 1.7 billion dollars in legal settlement. 1.7
Nope, that's
with
wrong.
a B. Where
That's
do you get your
AI.
information, dude?
I get it from common sense and knowledge. Donald Trump tells the truth. He is blessed by God.
Oh man. Have you ever heard of a cult?
What's that?
It's where you like worship a
cult?
dude and believe everything he says,
No,
unable
no,
to
no,
criticize him.
no. MAGA is not a cult. We're not a cult. We are an independent group that believes in societal rules that are facts.
I just fact checked you 3 times and you are
No, you
denying
didn't.
the
That's
facts.
wrong. That's strictly wrong. It's unfactual.
I can't tell if you're trolling, bud. I can't tell if you're trolling.
What do you mean?
I can't tell if you're just having a go at me.
I'm not, but okay. I guess that's unfactual. That's wrong. That's strictly wrong.
Oh man. Heavens to Betsy, dude. Heavens to Betsy. So you don't believe that Trump's negotiations with Iran is going to give them more money than what Obama did?
He had helped alongside with Israel. It's not just primarily America's money. The reason why they call it America's money is because it's Israel's money. Israel's helping pay America with
$0
Iran.
of it is Israel's money. $0.
Well, we gave them money. I don't know why we keep giving them money through APAC, but we're giving them money and they are using the money. They're giving us back like a gazillion dollars coming in, and we're giving Iran $300 billion, and it's not even 300. It's like $300 million.
That's
We're
wrong.
giving Iran.
That's wrong.
It's not wrong.
That's wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Can you show me some proof?
Some proof? Search it up right now. And if you had common sense, you would tell that it is a wrong thing and not unfactual.
All right, I can't do it. I can't do it. That's wrong. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
I am not a Trump supporter. I apologize. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm so sorry.
Hey, none of the fear mongering and shit that you guys said actually came true. I just want to point that out. The shit that you were saying last year, you were talking about, oh, he's taking SNAP benefits. Nope, the court just struck that down today, so you guys can stop crying and
You're-
bitching and moaning
But
about that.
he tried, right?
Yeah, but you guys can stop crying and bitching and moaning about that. You guys are crying like little babies, little bitches the whole time, and it didn't even happen. So you guys fearmonger. That's my point. All you do is fearmonger for shit that doesn't even end up happening. And then on top of that, same thing with the tariffs, Pickles. You guys fearmonger.
So
Oh, tariffs going to be
Trump-
the end of
Trump is
tariffs will be
constantly-
the end of the world. Tariffs got struck down. You guys can shut the fuck up, dude. You guys just
Dude, are you just angry that that Trump didn't get away with taking SNAP benefits? All right, I
No.
got a real debater. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I'd say I like his I like his abrasive attitude and his he's comedy to me. The entertainment value there. However, I kind of have a weird perspective on all of this, and I just want to say the guy you had on the phone. I'm refusing to believe someone is that dumb. With the Obamacare stuff and all that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's really hard to figure out who's not trolling these days. A lot of MAGA supporters are incredibly, profoundly stupid.
You want to know something? I tend to agree with you on that one. One of the things that actually kind of pushed me towards the, I don't want to say like the MAGA side, but I want to say like the anti-liberal side was all the way back when he first announced his first run, and just a lot of the misreporting of stuff he said. That was kind of an issue for me. I was like, why are they lying about what he said?
I don't think his quotes need any adornment. I think that his shortcomings and his quotes, that like calling Obama a Kenyan and calling Ted Cruz's wife a dog and saying that people are rapists and criminals, some might be good people. The day he said that, there were 3 whole murders done by undocumented migrants that entire year. I think that he is a prolific liar, and I feel like choosing somebody who's very unserious about running the world and having to do memes is someone who's not fit for the job.
Right. So the thing about the undocumented immigrants issue, the perspective I come from on that though. So I was raised on the Mexican border, and so a lot of what he was saying is like to us, to me, and like my, I guess you could say my circle of people that I grew up with. We were all, when the news was dragging him for what he was saying, we were all sitting there going, yeah, he's not wrong.
He was.
Well, again, and I understand my argument is purely anecdotal, but like I said, I'm from a border town.
All right, I don't care. Like, did you know that, first of all, El Paso, right on the border of Texas and Mexico, one of the top 3 safest cities in the country every year.
Right. So the town I'm from, it's an Arizona town. It's called Douglas, Arizona.
Isn't it just barren?
When I was growing up, it was in the, those lists they come out with, like the top 10 most corrupt, most dangerous cities in America.
Okay.
Douglas was number 3 when I was like in 6th grade.
Do you have any evidence of that being undocumented migrants?
Well, it's huge. I'm not going to say it's undocumented, but there's a lot of like the trafficking business goes through there. And I know this for a fact because my family was involved in all that. I was raised on the criminal side of that world. Now, I'm not involved in any of that. Me and my sister kind of ran away from that when we got old enough.
So your family were criminal, not the migrants?
Well, no, my family, my mother was a criminal. No,
Is she a migrant?
no, she's not a migrant. No.
So
My
another point for me.
No, I want to say another point. What I'm trying, but the stuff that was carried out, like my mom ran stuff, right? And so a lot of the stuff that was carried out was done by migrants. You know,
And
like,
orchestrated by your mom?
by my mom and her posse, yeah.
You're not making a good case for yourself, man.
No, I'm not making a case for myself. I'm just saying, like, a lot of what Trump was saying about, like, the crime world when it comes to Mexico and the way it works with America, it does work that way.
Yeah,
Like,
I get it.
was
It does.
not
He's
lying about something.
characterizing a large group of people, roughly 10 million people, and what you're saying is it's pretty much true because people in my close circle, I'm gonna guess a few dozen, were characterized this way. This is called racism. This is in fact, linked to like low IQ, right? Like you're lumping people into a category that they don't belong in. Like
Well, no, it's not lumping people. It's I grew up in that culture.
I get it. I get it.
That's
And
what I'm
I grew
saying.
up in
Grew
Texas,
that
and I grew up with around a ton of undocumented migrants that were really cool and that didn't do crime.
right, and there are some that do that, but
Yeah.
that criminal element is still there.
Yeah, I know. We can track all of the crimes of all of the undocumented migrants. Trump has this beautiful page on cbp.gov. It's been there forever. It's actually started tracking in 2017 when Trump started this white supremacist rhetoric. We can see that they are so lowly represented in the crime statistics that it's not even worth mentioning. In fact, if we were to get rid of every single undocumented migrant in the United States somehow, like Thanos, it would reduce crime rates by literally 0%, 0.0000000%. And that's the actual number.
Well, you're talking about the whole country, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where kind of the issue comes in too, because you're talking about like the entire country as a whole.
Is Trump not rating the entire country for undocumented migrants?
He is. But
okay,
for the
so
most
how does
part,
that
you go down?
not add up?
That's when you work with analytics, when you work in analytics, if you're talking about the entire country, right? So you can have certain areas of the country that are crazy with crime, and then you can have other areas of the country that aren't crazy with crime. And so what'll happen is those areas of the country that aren't crazy with crime will bring down the overall percentage.
No, I'm saying the literal numbers, even if you were to confine all of them to one major city, it wouldn't do anything to crime at all. Last year, 27 murders total. How many murders do you think took place in all of US?
Oh man. Probably over 20,000.
17,000.
17,000. Okay, so. Okay.
So yeah, even if you lump them all into Chicago or whatever fucking red herring you want to give me, it wouldn't reduce their crime rate at all. Not a bit.
Well, then is there a statistical number of who's committing that crime then?
We have the little breakout of undocumented. Are you going to go down to race?
Well, no, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know what the statistical number of where the crime is and who.
Do you think that this overall mass deportation thing is worth $900+ billion to reduce murders by 20 a year?
I don't think that's what his goal is. I know I'm pretty sure he used the.
I think he's just
crimes.
I think this is
Those
a
are
common
the-
thing done by dictators, where they get you guys obsessed with national security and this nativism talk about these people don't belong here. This country would be better if only 4% of these people were gone. Your life would be better somehow. While you're saying that, like, oh, you wouldn't be able to see a difference because there's cities that are high populated and low populated and high crime and low crime. Yeah, the same happens to you and your perspective. You're literally going to see zero difference. Zero.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to national security or whatever, the country has rules of when you're allowed to come in here and when you're not allowed to come in here.
Yeah.
Those rules have
We
to
have
be
tons of
enforced.
laws.
Right.
What
So,
laws are worth pursuing more? The benign ones where people cross an imaginary line and come and contribute to the economy and soften our crime rates? Because that's what they do. If you remove these people, crime rates will probably just go up, because we look at crime rates with per capita, and you're removing 10,000 or 10 million or 11 million plus people who are non-criminal and leaving people who do crime at a much higher rate. So it pretty much just make crime go up. The case I always use is I would go after people who speed on the highway. That's far more common and far more deadly, right? Like 48,000 people die every year in car accidents. You know that people die from bee stings 3 times more than undocumented migrants. We could release a program that gives free EpiPens to everyone, and that would still be just light years cheaper than this whole mass deportation thing. And plus, by the way, the social impact of it is horrendous. We are seeing people protest. We're seeing people die at the hands of ICE. We're seeing
Right.
families fall apart. Like, it's disgusting. Trump is benefiting this in every way by being closely tied to private prison groups, for-profit prisons. GEO Group is one of them. He's also funded highly by charter plane companies. And by the way, Trump himself has illegally detained over 10,000 plus people, according to the courts, which I think is far more criminal than people crossing an imaginary line.
Well, if he goes under the guidance of this is a law in America, these people broke that law, this is what we're allowed to do. The courts turn around and say no, and then they try to reverse all that. That's, I guess, the court is going to decide that. But
No, he
certain
lied to
laws-
do that, and he told judges that misrepresented a law that alluded to the fact that he could arrest these people at their court hearings, immigration court hearings. And
Right.
a judge took a closer look and goes, wait, that's not right. Trump is literally bouncing off of the guardrails of our democracy every day. We have to keep him in check.
Right,
He is
well-
far more criminal than some person coming over here to try to work.
Right. Well, I will say, the arresting at the immigration court hearings. I mean, we obviously have those court hearings for a reason. So that's probably something he shouldn't have done. Actually, not probably. That's definitely something he shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
So, and if there's going to be any repercussions for that, I don't know. Again, that's up for the courts to decide.
I feel like it's just dodging heat for Trump being a horrible president, doing immoral things, illegal things constantly, giving himself
Well, what
immunity
I-
from being investigated by the IRS or audited by the IRS moving forward. So he's just openly doing like insider trading and market manipulation in our faces, dancing around.
I mean, in reality, though, they're all doing it.
It
I
doesn't
mean,
make
they're
it
all,
any
like,
better.
If you take, I understand it doesn't make it any better, but one of the things I've noticed is when the other side does it, it's what, like, you have the right and the left, right? When the left does something wrong, the right's loud about it. When the right does something wrong, the left's loud about it.
Yeah, but we're talking about a president who's doing things single-handedly to affect our like policies, like such as creating trade agreements with entire countries on behalf of our country and investing in companies he's using to negotiate, like Nvidia, like Dell, like Starlink. making and enriching himself. Is it like, the question is like, is that really the best interest of our nation, or is it the best interest of Trump? And
No, it's definitely
that's,
the best. It's definitely the
think-
best interest of Trump.
yeah.
I don't deny that for a second. But what I'm saying is one of the arguments I used to get into is I would say the left is no better. I mean, they've all done the same kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, but you're going to have a hard time making a case for Trump, who's made $3 billion last year, against anybody in Congress or governorship or any position for that matter. I think if you add them all up, it still wouldn't even come close to what Trump has made last year. So yes, Trump is far worse.
So he's far worse because he made more.
Yes, he's done more things unchecked. Like when Nancy Pelosi might have some sort of inkling that we're going to allow the sale of microchips somewhere or something, and she invests, that I would say is bad, right?
Right.
But I don't think that she by herself can go do these things. So it is a much smaller degree of harm. And I also don't think that you could illustrate to me a decision she made that was against the best interest of our country. But selling NVIDIA chips to China when it poses a national threat or national security risk, that is obviously a bad idea.
I mean, true, but if you look at one of the questions I would ask is, did Nancy Pelosi not do it because it's morally not okay, or did she not do it because she wasn't in a position?
I think you'd have a hard time illustrating to me that she did any of this, honestly. Like, her husband is a venture capitalist and a guy who does stock trades, right? So,
right.
And she's always been rich. She's worth like $200 million. Trump does that in a day. And
right.
And by the way, there's this list called the Unusual Whales list. It comes out every year. It's just a bunch of people who outperform the market that are in Congress. She is one of like 50 people, and it's literally half and half, Republicans and Democrats. The only difference between my side and yours is that my side knows this is prevalent.
They're all bad.
What I'm saying is my side is prevalent, and your side is ready to do horrible, evil things, physical harm to Nancy Pelosi or her husband, because she has been considered a common enemy, a very politicized common enemy by the Trump administration.
Well, I personally wouldn't support any harm coming to Pelosi or her husband. I know about the incident in 2022, the hammer incident and that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't support that. Definitely not on that side. My actual side of the whole situation is, I think the entire system is messed up, and I think they're all corrupt. And I think the problem here that we have is we're constantly fighting over the left and the right. Trump's evil and the other people aren't. But for some reason, when Trump does certain things, it's evil. But when other politicians do the same things, it's not as bad.
No, it's not, because when you're president, you're held to a different standard. When you're leader of the free world, you're definitely held to a higher standard than Nancy Pelosi. And every other president in history has put their investments into a blind trust, and Trump did not. He is unique in that way. He is worse.
Right, but she was Speaker of the House. I mean, she did have a certain position of power.
Not even close to what Trump can do. Trump has done all of his tariffs from his desk.
Trump could do, but I mean, to me, that's like saying the regional manager of the store stole money, but because the district manager stole money, the district manager's the evil one, and the regional manager can just get away. Like,
yes,
you know what I mean? Like,
yes, that is a perfect example of how, yes, that is worse when it's on a larger scale and it affects us in a larger way. It's worse, and I think that we should condemn it every time. We shouldn't just make excuses for anybody. And when Trump is openly doing this and building himself ballrooms and building himself arches and basically starting wars seemingly for personal reasons and interrupting the entire world's economy, It's easily worse.
No, I would say I would say it's worse only because of the position he's in. But I would also say that the other politicians that are doing it, had they been in Trump's seat, they'd be doing it also. And I
That's not
think it
true.
should
No one
come
else has
down
ever done
to,
it. Left or
well,
right.
I mean,
Nobody else has done it.
if you're gonna say nobody else done what some of the stuff, I'm just talking about everything too. Like, so for instance, with Trump, okay, and this whole immigration thing, who held the record for deportations before Trump became president?
Obama, but there's a
And
difference.
not a single protest. Not a
There
single
were
protest.
protests. There
No
were
cities got burnt
protests.
down. People weren't getting shot up by ICE.
All
It
right.
wasn't violent.
Yeah, because Trump tripled the size of ICE, and 70% of the people he's deporting are non-criminal, and Obama, 60% were criminal. It is completely, there's a huge stark difference when Trump is just doing a huge he's made ICE the size of, it's bigger than any military on earth besides China, and that's domestic. That's for us internally in the United States. That screams to me military authoritarianism.
I mean, I guess you could go with that. But what you'd say is he's deporting people that are non-criminals. Anybody in this country illegally is a criminal.
No,
It's the whole
there's a
point. You came in
misdemeanor.
illegally.
There's a $250 fine for crossing the border without inspection. 40% of these people are just here on overstayed visas. Again, it's like the most benign crime I can possibly think of. This helps us in our economy in every single way. It's a net benefit, and people are out there ready to be violent about this, ready to be violent about getting these people out, and a lot of them are just brainless sycophants.
I mean, there's people that are ready to be violent on both sides, though. I mean, the violence on both sides is
I won't let you get away with that
definitely
one either. Domestic terrorism is 70% on the right, and 10% in the middle, and 20% on the left. It's not even close. And when Trump is running DHS ads that are literally dog whistles to white supremacy and Nazis, I think you can't even come close to making a case how it's the same.
I mean, are we going to ignore like all the protest videos we see? People are attacking other people. People are breaking out windows, buildings. People are doing all that. And those are all the anti-ICE people.
I hope every single one of them get pardoned, because that's what Trump did to his domestic terrorists. His flavor of domestic terrorism is 100% acceptable. People that are being opportunists in the middle of a very justified cause, such as Black Lives Matter or No Kings protests, where Trump is following the playbook of Project 2025, the thing he promised he had no idea what it was, to do unitary executive theory and gut the government of all checks and balances and consolidating power into the executive. I think that is very just. I think we're watching our nations just fall apart. He is gutting all the institutions that would have kept him in check. I think that's terrifying. I think that this world is crumbling, and for you guys to co-sign it and say it's not that bad, it's both sides, is just illiterate. I think it's just you need to do more reading.
Do more reading. Okay. So let me ask you this question: do you think it's possible that the violence that does happen with those protests it aren't a weapon that can be possibly used by Trump to push Project 2025 agendas?
No, he's already 60% done, and this started before any protests. I don't think anything justifies Project 2025, especially if he lied about it to get elected. That's already pretty bad. He lied just about everything.
I'm not saying it will justify it. What I'm saying is something he can use to justify it.
Yeah, I'm sure he does this all the time. He manufactures consent.
Justified.
He manufactures consent from y'all by trying to highlight the criminality of one side or the bad actions of one side and ignore the bad actions of his own.
Okay, and I would say that happens on your side as well.
Can you give me an example?
What do you mean, like justifying the bad and?
Yeah, can you tell me
Un-
a thing that was egregious that you didn't agree with, like Biden or Obama doing, that they used bad actors on your side to justify?
Wait, what? Sorry, I kind of didn't. I didn't process what you said. Can you say that again?
Can you give me an example of Obama or Biden manufacturing consent for them to do things that are out of the ordinary by highlighting the criminality or the bad actions of your side?
So with Biden, not necessarily. Only because I understand Biden was the president. I do think he gets a lot of hatred that he didn't deserve. So with Biden, no, because I don't feel Biden did much. And
He was the most productive president we've had in like 30
despite
years.
despite what your last caller, I'm talking about as far as like, I don't think he did much that was like
Problematic.
people are like, oh, he did this, and it was problematic. I don't think that at all. I don't believe that at all. I believe that as a much older man and as people age, the brain goes and all that other stuff.
Trump is
I
older
believe
than
that
Biden in presidency right now.
I get that, but people age differently. And we've all seen the videos of him slurring his speech and all that other stuff.
Same with Trump.
But what
I think Trump is worse. I think Trump is like obviously worse, and anybody who doesn't see it is blind, dishonest.
Okay, no, and I get that. But what I'm saying is, I don't think he did a lot of things that were problematic. As a matter of fact,
All right,
very
then,
much.
then can you name a thing that Obama or one of our presidents did?
I mean, Obama. Okay, so the Affordable Care Act, that was a huge issue to me. Okay, but not for the reasons of this whole like, oh, everyone shouldn't deserve health care or whatever. Everyone should deserve health care. I actually support universal health care. I also support UBI.
That's what
Okay,
Obamacare was initially going to be, and Republicans
It was
gutted
going
it
to
and
be,
fucked it up.
but it wasn't.
Yeah, thanks to the Heritage
That's where the
Foundation
problem
and
came.
Republicans.
I get it. Yeah, you're right. But as a result of that, I don't think it should have been pushed through, because what it really did, it gave certain people health care, but it also screwed a lot of things up for middle class Americans.
We actually have
People had to
numbers
start
now
paying.
that the rates that Obamacare or ACA are offering are pretty similar to pre-ACA rates. So I think it just took a cooling down period. And
No,
Gerald,
that's
Gerald,
you're
thank you
talking
for
about
the
Obamacare. I'm talking about people that don't need Obamacare. We got screwed.
Okay, I don't care. 40 million
our-
Americans were uninsured because of pre-existing conditions. I think that outweighs anybody's gripe about not wanting it. But hold on. Thank you, Gerald, for the $10. It says if Biden would do all the same things as Trump, then what was the difference between January 19th, 2025 and January 20th?
Wait, what?
I don't understand the question either, honestly.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't get it. No, okay. So that was like my big issue with Obama. I mean, there was a couple other issues I had with Obama that.
But did
in
Obama
reality,
justify this with the bad actions of the right?
No, I wouldn't
Was he
say
an
that at all.
opportunist in that sense? Okay, then it's not a good example.
No, yeah, no, I wouldn't say that at all. Again, that was like one of my issues with Obama. But I didn't have much issues with Obama. I actually don't have any issues with any president more than the other president. I feel Trump. What I honestly feel about Trump is I used to see prior to Trump, you always see these things on memes on Facebook. I wish a president would stop BSing us and just come out and tell us how it really is.
I don't know if I would
feel
ever
Trump's
rely
that
on
person
Trump to
they
do
wish-
that. I think Trump is just a liar and a propagandist at heart. I think that's all. He's a
I
con
think
man.
they're all liars and propagandists.
Not to the degree Trump is. Not even close.
Well, I think Trump is just a bad actor, and I mean bad actor as in an actual like somebody who acts, not a bad actor as somebody doing bad. I think Obama, I think people like Obama, Biden, Kamala, all of them, I think what happened with them was they smiled in front of the camera and did this and told the American people what they wanted to hear while having other agendas. I feel Trump
Can you give me an
was just
example of
like,
that? Like, I still haven't heard an example of that. Like, if Obama was somebody who was able to talk to the United States and the world without whipping up outrage and basically bolstering white supremacists, I think there's a stark difference. I think that's a huge quality in a leader. Like Obama coming out, like, can you imagine, for instance, the way Obama would have handled Renee Good or Alex Preddy's death? Do you think Obama would have come out and pointed fingers at one side and then shut down investigations and watched the whole world erupt? No. Trump did that.
No, obviously not.
Trump did that.
But
And Trump is doing that every day. Especially, we look at the
Right.
reflecting pool thing, alleging that somebody took a knife to it and cut a 250 fucking foot gash in it. We have 24-hour surveillance of this pool. We would see the evidence right now. They should have the evidence right now for us.
Right.
That's not happening. Instead, he is scapegoating people. He is scapegoating a fucking Olympian. He arrested him.
Right. No, the reflecting pool thing is weird to me. I
think
will
it's a
say I have
perfect illustration of
I've been
how
to the
Trump
reflecting pool
does
a few
Darvo.
times. It did need cleaning up, but
Yeah, but
wait, what were you
we
saying?
have a no-bid contract from Trump. They gave it to a literal supervillain and did a poor job. Did a bad job without consulting any sort of agency that's involved in looking over our national monuments and parks. These agencies are meant to make sure these processes are done without some dumb fuck going, yeah, I want a really dark paint that's going to produce algae.
Right.
And I think this is just the hallmark of Trump, doing things and asking for forgiveness later.
I actually sometimes I wonder if when it comes to Trump, because I mean Trump's entire business model was him licensing work out to other people. So, he gave a contract to somebody, that
It's called
person
corruption.
messed it up, and then
Yeah, can you imagine if
They're all,
Obama,
like I said, they're
like
all
worked
corrupt.
with like imagine if Obama's family member owned some sort of insurance company and it was intertwined in the bill. Like this is kind of what he does, and we have information now that he's promised huge contracts to corporations that donated to his ballroom and has given them millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars worth of contracts. People like Elon Musk, who funded his campaign, gave him giant contracts to be the provider of internet to the FAA, or giving him millions of dollars every single day, unchecked, or giving him full access to our treasury and to our social security numbers and to oversee all of the stuff and gut things like the USAID. No oversight. Do you think any other president would have done this? No, I don't think so. Somebody who literally kicked down the doors of these buildings to get in and hired 20-year-old kids to do surgery on our government?
Oh, you're talking about Doge.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. No other president would have done this, or no other president has done this. Right? He's the first one. That's kind of why he stands out, right? So
that's not a point for him.
No, I'm not saying that's a point for him, like for me, and that's obviously not a point for him for you, but it's a point for him for a lot of people, But the Doge thing, hey, look, we got to see if we're wasting government funds or all this other stuff. I mean, that's definitely something that should be looked into. Now, did he go about it right?
That's
the
already
right way?
a thing. That's
Probably
already a
not.
thing. For people who don't know fucking anything about civics, that is already a thing. We have inspector generals. We have all sorts of departments that audit this, every single penny that goes in and out of the government. Nobody's been arrested for fraud, but Elon Musk got full access and creative freedom to just gut everything he wanted to, and it just so happened to be departments that were investigating like his companies, like Starlink. things that we need. Things that we need. I live in Texas. Somebody north of me already has reported screwworms, and they justified this with a shitty meme on Facebook.
Wait, they reported what?
The screwworms. Do you know the screwworm incident?
The screw? No.
So screwworms, it's an invasive, like parasitic species of fly that they lay larvae inside of animals, and they're just flesh-eating larvae. So we're watching our meat prices skyrocket, and they justified this by telling you guys, oh, look, we found a program that was testing on how to sterilize flies. How silly is that? It was $30 million. Oh my God, we cut that. We're saving you so much money. And now we're going to spend $1 billion on doing this. We're going to spend $1 billion. And in fact, Doge is going to cost us more than it cut. It already has. And every single line item they put on there just about was justified with a lie or a spin, propaganda.
Right. And so you know it's propaganda by what? Like, what's the source that it's propaganda?
Elon Musk himself. When he said, oh, look, we're giving $50 million worth of condoms to Gaza. And we find out that was actually $50 million worth of contraception in South Africa to stop the spread of HIV and AIDS. All of a sudden, it makes a lot more sense. Or talking about shrimp on treadmills, talking about millions of dollars going to shrimp on treadmills. And if you Google it for 1 second, you'll find out that was propaganda too. That there was like a $1,200 program that did a shrimp on a treadmill. Or Trump talking about transgender mice, when it was really transgenetic mice, and it was cancer research, gutting that. Every single line item he's justified with literal lies.
Now, do you think it's literal lies?
Yes.
Or he was just stupid?
Well, either way, it's not good, right? If someone that incompetent is cutting programs.
Right. Yeah, no, I will agree with you on the fact that there was a lot of these programs, because there was a few of these programs that I knew for a fact they're necessary, that they shouldn't have gutted.
Yeah, so I would say 100% of them almost. I haven't heard one program yet that wasn't justified. I still haven't. I've been doing this for like 2 years. Haven't heard it.
Right.
China, we've lost all of our soft power in Africa and Asia. We've lost all of our soft power. China's gone up and taken all of it. They're out there doing the most work now, winning over all of the influence of all of these countries.
Right. Okay. So I mean, but wasn't this all the issue when he was president the first time? I mean, not Doge, obviously. But wasn't this the issue when he was president the first time? Like, oh, these countries don't respect us. China's getting more because of Trump. And then Biden became president and started undoing it. And then Trump's president again. We're not going to have a third Trump term.
We'll see, man. We'll see. He's joked consistently about it.
I know. I don't even think he'll make it.
I don't care. I don't care. We have people ready for it. We have people emboldened. They're ready for it. They're ready to change the Constitution just to let him have more time in office.
Right.
And I think that everyone literally is just being primed. This is a very classic playbook to prime people for an authoritarianism.
Well, I would say he wasn't the only one. Like I feel the other presidents did certain things too that caused. Like you got to kind of look at it like this too. There was a certain section of the country that felt so slighted by the administration that was in power that Trump was their answer.
Yeah, I know. Trump spent 4 years campaigning like a fucking weirdo for president. That's not normal. And he did mostly with lies. 100% lies. Blaming Biden for inflation. Blaming Biden for high gas prices. When it was Trump's fault that gas prices were high in the first place. Blaming Biden for an open border. There's people literally that I can't convince with no amount of data to show them the border wasn't open. It was in fact not open. And then Trump screaming from the
No,
roofs.
it was. I
It
mean,
was.
it kind of was. It was sanctuary-ish. Like they were
Okay.
letting people over.
Not true. We can look at the rejection
No,
rate.
no,
We can look at the rejection rate
1000%.
of Biden, and 50% of people that tried to come through the border were not let through. And Trump's rejection rate was 47%. So an open border would
Okay.
be 0, right?
Well, no, because even I mean, they're still letting. If you're saying it's 47% or 50%, that's still 50% of millions and millions of people.
Yeah.
That's
What
pretty
what
open.
law could we introduce without an actual law? What could a president do to stop extra people from coming into the border that deserved access into the border? That had an actual claim to asylum, or that wanted to come here on a day visa or a tourist visa or a work visa. You can't just stop it because the numbers are big. Biden didn't even have. He was trying to pass a law that would allow him to do that, but Trump told him to stop. He stopped the bill by telling people in Congress not to vote for it. He said, "Blame me if this bill doesn't pass." I would blame Trump more than Biden. He still got border crossings down by 75%. Biden did. They were back to pre-pandemic levels before Biden left office. We weren't just waving people through, man. And again, this is something that Trump has spent 4 years campaigning and convincing people that is the truth, to allow himself to invoke things like invasion law and wartime law, which is, again, an authoritarian thing. Laws that you usually wouldn't be able to use, he justified using them by lying and invoking fear.
Well, the thing about the border being open, okay, like my best friend worked at one of those facilities that took people in.
And
I mean, he would tell me about what that kind of job was. As a matter of fact, he didn't want Trump to become president because he was going to lose his job.
okay,
They talked about it, and
yeah,
what he told me, they get hundreds of people every day at that one facility.
yeah, asylum facilities.
Yeah, the asylum.
That's a
facility.
legal process, right?
It's a legal process, but the people who are coming over, a lot of them, you have a good amount of people that are claiming asylum where they're not actually seeking asylum.
Okay,
And
but we need to
that's the
let
problem.
the courts determine that. We don't need to just do human
At
rights
Gerald
violations.
Kelly _real human super chatted $5.
Right, like,
This
you're talking
guy
about human
needs to
rights
stop saying
violations
it's
as in
both
taking them
sides
out of
and
the
then never
country.
providing examples of real corruption from Democrats.
Thank you so much for the $5. No, I'm talking about sending people to prison camps, labor camps in El Salvador, or sending people. He tried to send people to fucking Libya. Libya is like the most dangerous country on earth. They weren't even from Libya. He was trying to send fucking people of color to Libya who will instantly be bought into the slave trade there. He's sending them to Uganda. He's sending them to all sorts of disgusting, dangerous countries.
Okay. Wait, did he actually send them there, or he was?
He was stopped by the courts.
Right. Okay. Well, what I will say about that, just about the the immigrant issue. You know, we say human rights and this, that, and the other. I mean, the truth of the matter is, it's still illegal to go into the country without the country's permission.
Yeah, I don't think that justifies putting him in slave trade, bro. It's a $250 fine.
Okay, but again, it's $250 fine now. I mean, there are certain things like that. That's why the lawmakers change laws.
We haven't changed the laws, though. Trump. Can you name a bill Trump's changed at the border?
I mean, that's what he's trying to do, right?
We'll see. The midterms, he's going to be completely neutered of passing anything. So no, I don't think he's ever going to do anything.
Okay. I mean, okay. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
I think it's like he delivered on nothing. He's just done executive orders from his desk like an authoritarian and done civil rights violations. He's gone against the will of the Supreme Court. We were in a constitutional crisis multiple times already because he went against the wishes of a 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court to stop sending people to a fucking terrorist prison with no due process. People, 90% of them had no criminal record, and they're now being tortured in a prison in El Salvador.
Right. You're talking about that mega prison, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the due process issue is due process is guaranteed to U.S. citizens. They're
That's not true.
U.S. citizens.
That's not
Yes,
true.
the Constitution is for U.S. citizens.
That's a lie too.
Oh, okay. What says due process is guaranteed? Due process in the United States of America is guaranteed to anyone that's not a U.S. citizen.
The language in the U.S. Constitution is very specific, and it says all people, not U.S. citizens. It says all people in that clause. All people. So if it's a dangerous thing to do, because all of a sudden he can point at you or anyone he doesn't like and go, "You're the type of person who gets no due process," and you would have no chance to contest that.
I mean, I guess you're right on the contesting part. Yeah, you're right. And it could be a slippery slope. It could definitely be a slippery slope.
Especially since he's literally talked about deporting U.S. citizens that he doesn't like.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I remember when he said that, and I don't agree with that at all. I feel our prisons, if we're going to have jails, prisons, and obviously imprison people, those should only be citizen stuff.
Again, like these things are, the Constitution is very specific, and I think you concede that, yeah, that is a dangerous thing to invoke, and he's also looked at revoking. I think it's called. What is it called, chat? Is it? What's the right for people to contest their imprisonment?
Appeal?
No. Oh, yeah. He's habeas corpus. Thank you, Jackie.
Oh, habeas corpus. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
right.
So it's never been removed by any president in history. He's looked at removing it. It's
right.
How do y'all not see that this is an authoritarian wannabe? He wants so badly to be an authoritarian. He's right now punishing cities and states that don't bend a political need to his wishes to audit their voter rolls illegal by every sense of the word.
At least
You're talking about
7,680 super chatted $20. Please tell caller how to do
You're talking
research.
about the places that
Thank you,
voted
Lise.
blue, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Every city that he doesn't like, every state that he doesn't like, he's refusing federal funding, literally controlling them by coercing them with starving them of federal funds. That is the most authoritarian thing I could think of.
So let me ask you this question: Do you feel that? How do I word this? Okay, do you feel that possibly not just the people that voted for Trump, but the people that were constantly pushing against Trump may have also share some responsibility in the fact that Trump is in the position he's in?
No. I think that we saw this coming from miles away. And if we can't call out a dictator when we see it, just because we know history doesn't mean we should keep our mouths shut. I think there's a reason like 90% of all history teachers lean left, because they see right through his messaging that echoes with Nazi Germany and Mussolini. It's not a surprise at this point. He's just using that to justify and manufacture consent from y'all. No, it's not justified to do these actions because someone is trying to hold you accountable.
Okay. So the reason I say that, okay, is this has been one of the conversations I've gotten into with a few of my people who also despise Trump. And one of the arguments I've made is, I said at this point, his supporter base is not going to listen to any criticism of him anymore. Doesn't matter what he does then. And the reason for that is because when he first announced his presidency, his run for presidency, and then when he got into office and all this other stuff, the way the left constantly lied about him, and it was proven that they lied about him.
What'd they lie about?
So let's just say the very fine people statement. That was a big one.
I don't care. I don't care if we misrepresented him there. What does that justify you to do? If they attacked his character, Trump attacks people's character all day long. He did this to Biden, convinced half the country that he has dementia, convinced half the country that he used auto pin.
I understand that.
This
But
is not
that was
justified.
That was one of them. The fight like hell thing, all that. The stating that he said. The news was actually stating that he said all Mexicans were rapists and murderers and drug dealers and stuff.
Oh, God.
It's just not.
So he gets to have
said.
revenge because
No.
he was
That's not what I'm
mischaracterized?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. You're getting ahead of me here. What I'm saying is that each and every one of these attacks on his character were lied about by the left. Constantly lied about, very passionately lied about.
I don't think so,
to the
man.
point. And what ended up happening is you pushed his base so far over that now no matter what he does, they're not going to listen to you guys anymore because you guys cried wolf.
I don't think so. I think that what he does is the classic Darvo thing. So when he's called out for doing some sort of horrible action, he denies it, he attacks, he reverses it, and it's very effective. I think that when we lied about him, when he was caught installing fake slates of electors in all of the swing states, he doubled down on the fact the election was stolen. So now people have fatigue when they hear about stolen elections and pointing fingers. They're like, oh, fuck, I don't want to hear any of it. I don't know who to believe. I'm just going to believe my side. It's called Darvo.
Exactly. And that's both now.
That's not both sides involved. Listen, just because, first of all, I think you'd have a hard time finding a clip of people saying fine people on both sides still today. I think that was gone within months.
Not still today, but
I think it was gone within months. But Trump is literally using white supremacist rhetoric to run ICE ads, to hire people into ICE. So he, in fact, does hold this position that these people are just fine. In fact, most of the people that he pardoned from January 6th, which I think was another huge blunder, 90 of them are back in prison for touching children or doing fucking murder or something else now. But he is absolutely a white supremacist by his actions.
See, that's the other problem, too, with the white supremacy thing. Like, labeling anything white supremacy, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I know that you guys are maybe like, it's falling on deaf ears now, but he is running ICE ads that literally are using words from manifestos of white supremacist killers, mass killers.
I think, technically speaking, you take almost any speech from anybody and turn it into something.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
We used to hear the whole same criticism about Obama back in the day, too. But instead of white supremacy, it was satanic Illuminati, blah, 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 blah. I didn't listen to any of that crap either.
All right, so Trump reducing the amount of people, refugees that we accept as a country from 170,000 down to 7,000 and countries who very much have a good case of needing some sort of asylum or refugee, like people in Iran, people in the Congo, or people elsewhere, they absolutely have a rightful case to seek refugee status. But he doesn't want any of those people because they're black. 99.999%, 6,066 people that he has admitted into the United States with refugee status are all white, African white people. And
Yeah, the
three
South
of
African
them,
people.
3 of them are Afghanistanis. That's it.
Right. I mean, I don't know if that's a complete. Oh, and by the way, I will say this. I will say this. When you keep addressing me, you keep saying y'all. I'm not a right winger. Like,
What do you
I'm not a
identify
right
as?
winger. And I'm not a centrist either. My position on all of this is I don't believe Trump is more bad than the rest of them. I think they're all in the same club.
You're carrying water for the most dangerous regime we've ever had. I don't believe you when you say this. Can you
Really?
name one bill Biden passed?
The my favorite one was the what was it called? The not the industrial. The
Inflation Reduction Act?
no. It was
Infrastructure?
the infrastructure. I'm sorry. It's you know that situation where the words on your tongue and you can't say it. The infrastructure bill. And the only reason, and I was positively affected by that one, but so yeah, I do think the infrastructure bill was great. Like I said earlier in this conversation, I don't think Biden did much of anything that was problematic.
I think he did a lot of things that were great. And that's what, like, this is how I qualify people's opinions, is they can't really name anything he did, but he was horrible. He was so bad. He was the same as Trump. Not even close. Not even close. Biden focused on red states because they need more help. Trump punishes blue states.
Like I said, I think they're all in the same club.
I don't think
Personally.
so. I think that you can look at the bills and who they affect and what they do and see a huge difference. It's black and white. It's like Biden did things to make 15 million jobs. Trump has put tariffs on the whole world. The whole world hates us. Gas is soaring. We're in a war that we can't get out of because of Trump's fucking horrible attitude and his like horrible
I mean,
diplomacy
gas was soaring under Biden as well
because of Trump.
but that wasn't Biden's fault. That was
Trump's
due to
fault.
the other crap from that was blowback. That was catch up from what Trump did. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I think whoever is the president is pretty much becoming the fall guy that everyone points to. I don't agree with all the Biden criticism.
I think that's exclusive to people who don't know much. I think that you can just look at bills or look at things, negative things happening in the economy or socially or geopolitically, and go, what caused that? And you can tie it back to an action of somebody, and it's not always the president, but when it is, you can actually say what he did. And we can look at Trump's actions. All of them are leading to pretty bad things. We're not just saying, oh, Trump is bad and we're making things up. He's doing things to fuck up the world economy.
Okay.
Directly,
I mean,
just him. Not even Congress,
Yeah.
just him.
right. I mean, I will say the tariffs are not having the good effect that he promised everybody, which I didn't think it was going to anyway. But you know, it's I mean, there is a bunch that Trump is doing, as you said, but I don't think that a bunch bad that Trump is doing. But there's some things I just don't think is
Can you give me an equivalent of
bad.
someone on the left doing things like blanket tariffs on the whole world? Because I'm sick of the
Blanket
both
tariffs-
sides thing.
blanket tariffs. No.
Okay,
the
what
thing
about
is-
invading Iran based on a problem he created?
we've definitely had wars like that before.
No. I'm talking about Trump taking us out of the JCPOA, allowing Iran to enrich uranium, and then going, hey, they got uranium.
Right. I don't have it right, and
So no,
I don't have it right
I
off
feel
the
like
mental map.
nobody believes this both sides thing. I think that you might just be justifying or downplaying some of the horrible things he's done as president.
Wait, you're saying nobody believes? Well, that's definitely where I'm at. Usually when people ask me what my political view is, I say the way to sum it up is listen to the intro of George Carlin's Brain Droppings, and that's pretty much where I'm at.
I think George Carlin was a staunch leftist.
Right. I like George Carlin, but he's a fan of George Carlin. I like a few leftists. I like a few conservatives. I've been the person. Understand, like in my social circle and in my circle and stuff, my friends that are right wing are constantly calling me a liberal, and my friends that are liberals are calling me a right wing asshole. I don't have like a side, and I'm not a centrist either because
I think it's
I'm
lazy.
not like
I think it's lazy. We are falling into fascism, and for not having a side, is pretty wild.
Well, no. So I don't have a political side. I have a list of morals, a list of ethics that I go by. But both sides don't check my boxes. Either side don't check my boxes. Like like on conservative sides, I'm an atheist. That kind of kills me on the conservative part. I'm
They're
pro-choice.
doing Christian nationalism. How does that not turn you off? The left is literally like keeps and bounds better at the economy every time in every metric. Every single economic, macroeconomic variable is far better in the hands of liberals. So there's no both sides there. It's like 50-1 in job creation. We do GDP growth far better. We spend way less. We reduce the deficit every time we're in office. Republicans just blow out the deficit and fuck it up every single time.
First of all, that's not true. The deficit went higher when Obama was in office.
That's not true. He reduced the deficit because George Bush passed him a giant spending bill at the very beginning of his administration, and he still reduced the deficit to almost negligible amounts. And then President Trump exploded it higher than it's ever been. Even worse than World War II. And we're in fucking peace right now.
Okay. Well, let me see here. I'm actually gonna look that up. Yeah, no, that's completely incorrect.
I've got a graph right here, dude. I've got a graph on the screen. You can look at it.
I have a graph as well.
And remember, we're talking deficit, not debt.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at the graph as well. It went up and down.
It went down.
Obama, it went up under Obama, and then it went down.
So during the 2008 housing market crash that Obama inherited from a Republican president, by the way, the last 10 out of 11 recessions happened under Republicans.
We all hated Bush. You
don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. Republicans' only policy, their only trick, they have a hammer. That's it. And what it does is reduce taxes for everybody. That's it. They will never, ever run on balancing the budget because that means increasing taxes on people. And progressives, they'll do anything that makes sense. We have the right is pigeonholed into one trick. The left will do anything. They'll go either way.
Right. Wait, what do you mean by you don't get a pass?
You can get a pass because Bush was your least favorite Republican.
Well,
He was
no,
still
I was.
Republican.
He's still a Republican, yeah, but I don't need a pass for two reasons. A, at the time Bush was voted in, I couldn't vote. And B, at the time Bush was voted in, I was on the Democrat side.
Yeah, I know, but if you could read and you could look at the history of how each side handles the economy and the budget, you would never vote Republican. So it's still on you.
I don't vote Republican. I've voted twice in my life, and they've both been for Obama.
All right, but coming up here
Yeah.
and saying Trump's not that bad, none of it holds water.
Right.
None of it holds water. I think you've conceded on just about every point.
Right, but what I'm saying is I've never voted Republican. I've only voted twice in my life. I voted for Obama. I didn't even vote for Obama for his policies. I voted for Obama for one reason, and that's because he's African American. I wanted to see that change, and I felt he was a good representation for that change we needed in America, where that ceiling is broken. I mean, I felt he was good. I liked the way he carried himself. I liked all of that. I just don't think Trump is as bad. It is worse than the rest of them.
I think you
I
haven't
think
made a
for
case.
every
You haven't made a single
bad
case
thing-
where another president has
Um,
done something that he's done. You haven't made a single case.
I think every bad thing that you guys are like, oh, Trump's doing this, Trump's doing this. Every other president has had the same criticisms, and they do a lot of stuff behind the scenes too. As a matter of fact, what was the whole issue? Wasn't there the whole issue with Biden's son using his connection to his dad to get contracts and get
Propaganda.
deals and stuff?
Propaganda.
Oh, it's propaganda. Okay, it was just propaganda.
Yes, literally, yes. Yes. Do you know what Hunter Biden's profession is? What is his profession?
I don't know what his profession is now.
Oh, there you go. He's a lawyer, dude. He's a lawyer, and he's worked with companies like Amtrak and with consulting companies in China. He has expertise in logistics. It's exactly
okay.
what he did for Burisma.
Oh, okay. Which is something he could definitely use his dad's name for.
I mean, Trump hired his children directly into the White House. They have no experience doing anything of the sort. There's nothing as bad as what Trump is doing. Trump's made $3 billion, or was it $2 billion for his son-in-law, Kushner? Kushner's out there doing negotiations on the behalf of our country. He has no fucking business doing any of that. He's just a random dude.
Well, he's an in-law.
And?
So, I mean, but we're talking about, I don't know what his career history is, though.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with finance, has nothing to do with overseeing the entire trade of two countries that don't even talk to each other. It has nothing to do with that.
What's his career?
I don't know. He's friends with his dad, Charles Kushner. That has something to do with it, maybe.
So you don't know his history, and I don't know Hunter's history.
Yeah, but he has no business overseeing entire countries, dude.
Oh, okay.
He has no business being the ambassador to the Middle East. He's Bibi's godson.
Okay. Yeah, again, I think that's one of those arguments where both of us are not fully informed on either side on that one.
So he is a Miami-based private equity firm. I don't think that qualifies him for geopolitical affairs.
Private equity?
Yeah.
Maybe, actually.
How?
Well, if you're looking at, there could be some transferable skills there.
To do
Private
negotiations between us and Iran? He's literally
But
the
depending
guy
on what
that's
he's
going and doing
negotiating.
negotiations on behalf of our country. He has spent 0 years in foreign affairs committees. He's spent 0 years proving that he knows how to point any of these countries out on a map. I think he's just Trump's favorite son, even if it's his son-in-law.
Right.
But we talk about Don Jr. He has literally no business doing anything for our government. He's just a Nepo kid. He has no business doing anything. He was in the White House. Same with Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner was like the head of Trump's businesses in the first administration. Like, I can't see how you can make a case for, no matter what, someone like Hunter Biden, no matter what job he gets, you're going to say, oh, he got that because of his dad. But he literally had work experience in the same exact field before his dad was president.
Right. No, having work experience is one thing, but having the work experience and then saying, and then I don't know, getting some type of contract or something on the strength of, I'm not saying he doesn't have the experience, but if you have the experience, plus you have the connection to the power.
So now it's okay that your just proximity to power gets you jobs.
We all know that.
Yeah, I know,
And
but
it-
to point out, like, the most benign position, a position in a foreign country that has no effect on U.S. politics at all, versus someone coming in and doing things on behalf of our country, being the mouthpiece for our country in the throes of war.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess you could say there's a difference there, but I still think it still boils down to there's people using powerful positions to get things done.
Yeah, so it's almost completely pointless to point it out, right? When Trump does it 100,000 times better.
No, I don't think it's pointless to point it out.
It's like walking into a Nazi like camp and saying, "Look at that guy who kicked a puppy," while they're gassing people and killing them.
Yeah, so what we should do is destroy the Nazis and also the guy who kicked the puppy.
I
Fucking shoot both
think
of
the
them.
very last thing I would worry about is somebody who kicked a puppy while people are dying. I think it's just a silly thing to say, man.
Well, I would feel that
I don't think that would make the front page of a news article, but it made front page for MAGA. These silly, benign things.
I don't know about all that, like kicking the puppy. I mean, the internet loves puppies and kittens. Like, people get very, very upset about that kind of stuff.
Well, I think you're still just,
I mean,
you're being as unserious as possible when we, like,
No,
to make
I'm
a
not
point.
being unserious. What I'm saying is, hey, I think it really says something bad about a person's character who would hurt an innocent little animal. And I understand, like, oh, but human rights. Okay, yes, I get human rights. But it also says something about someone's character who would harm an innocent little animal.
All right,
Okay,
all right.
the fact that
It's
he
like
wants to
Kristi
bring
Noem
himself to that.
pointing to somebody who kicked a puppy while she shoots them. How about that?
Okay. And so Kristi Noem and the guy who kicked the puppy. That's the whole thing I'm saying. And the whole
Okay.
problem with this entire situation, when it comes to the political issue, is everyone's focusing on this side and not focusing on the other side.
Yeah,
I think the
because
whole
this side's in
fight is on-
power and doing horrible atrocities across the world and gutting our our federal government and doing things to rip people off of their health care and off of food stamps and off of their social security and bankrupting the country. Our GDP, our debt is now 122% of our GDP because of Trump giving himself a raise, suing himself because the DOJ or the head, the attorney general is his personal fucking lawyer and approving giant settlements for himself. There's nothing that
Right.
comes even close.
Okay. So does this break down now to, okay, maybe one side is kind of bad, but this side is far worse bad.
Sure. Yeah, I would say like the left is a 1 out of 10 and Trump is like a 10 out of 10.
and that's where the problem comes in.
But you haven't given me one rebuttal in every single example I've given you.
I understand that. Sorry, I Wait, what do you mean not one rebuttal? I mean,
I've
repeated a couple
I've dug into every single thing, like Trump making billions, to Trump using his children and hiring them into directly into positions in the White House or ambassadorships across the Middle East, to him exploding the deficit and building and slapping his name on everything, national monuments, building monuments that dwarf even the most important monuments in the United States, to eh, you're like I asked you to give me an example where Biden and Obama manufactured consent to do something horrible by highlighting bad actors on the right. You couldn't give me anything. Not a single thing came close to Trump's actions, but you're somehow still a fence rider. Makes no sense for me.
the fence rider argument. There's no fence I'm riding because I don't want to be in either yard.
I think you're just a contrarian to both sides, and it doesn't make you edgy.
Wait, contrarian was that? What do you mean by that?
You're just like, yeah, both sides suck,
Exactly.
but they
That
don't.
that is my that is definitely my, because I said, like, when I was saying that I can't be a conservative because I'm an atheist, because I'm pro-choice, I'm pro universal health care, I'm pro UBI actually, and those things I can never be a conservative. But I'm probably anti some stuff that liberals would lose their damn minds over too.
Like what?
The transgender issue.
How is that a liberal thing?
Well, I mean, okay, mainly if you look at the whole, all the stuff surrounding the transgender stuff, that's mainly liberals pushing that.
Can you give me an example of liberals pushing this?
The bathroom issue.
I have a video of Trump saying that he would let Caitlyn Jenner use whatever bathroom she pleases because it's a non-issue. Until he found out that people he could weaponize this and get people to vote for him, he himself had no affirmative stance on this.
Right,
This is not. This is just us coming to
saying,
defend the most marginalized group in the United States, and it doesn't mean we're pushing it.
What I'm saying, if you're looking at that issue, just strictly like that issue when it comes to, the transgender women in sports, the bathroom issue, all that stuff. The people who are pro transgender women in women's sports are usually liberals. Am I wrong on that?
I think you are correct, but it's not something we've came out and fought for and tried to change laws on. This has been a thing since 2010. And nobody said a goddamn thing until Trump figured out how much of a hot button issue it was for y'all. So again, this is from the right. You're carrying water for them. I've had to come out and learn how to defend these people from the horrible rhetoric that Trump spent $217 million on. $217 million anti-trans ads Trump spent. That's it. That's the only thing that's happened in regards to trans people in politics. And by the way, there were a total of 5 trans people in the NCAA, a league of 500,000. This is not an actual issue. You were conned.
Well, we're talking about like who was the swimmer?
Riley Gaines, who tied for 5th place.
Right. Wait, no, tied for first.
No, it was 5th.
It was first.
It was not first.
They give 5th place winners trophies.
Neither of them got a trophy, dude.
No, one of them they both tied, and they had to take the trophy picture had to be with the trans dude because of optics. Yeah, it was for first. They both tied for first.
No, it was 5th. I'll pull it up on the screen right now.
We talking about the same person now?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on.
It's on the screen right now. Riley Gaines tied for 5th place with a transgender athlete during the 2022 NCAA Divisions Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. They played it on repeat constantly for years. People got angry. That's about it.
But there was a trophy.
I'm sorry that somebody in 5th place didn't get the trophy they deserved. I don't
Well,
think.
no, but what I'm saying is there was a trophy situation.
Oh no, I
didn't know
don't.
they gave trophies to 5th place winners. I don't watch competitive swimming.
I don't think
that
anyone
that's
does, dude. And again, how is this
Right.
even a hot button? How is this even the forefront of your mind, dude?
Oh no, well, what I was saying originally is that's one of the issues that's like one of the issues that I couldn't be a liberal on.
How is that an issue?
I'm pro guns. I'm pro guns.
Okay.
You know.
So are liberals. I have guns.
Especially here. Well, okay. You said you're from Texas, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever lived anywhere outside of the Southwest?
No. Well, I lived in Nevada.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's okay. No, Nevada's the desert though. It's the West Desert.
It's Las Vegas.
So I will say this. I lived in Virginia for a few years. Southwestern liberals and the other liberals are very different people.
I still think this is a non-issue. We have 40,000 gun deaths every year, and if you're unwilling to move the needle even a little bit, you're probably just a bad person.
What do you mean?
40,000 gun deaths every year. 60% of them are self-inflicted, by the way. You're just more likely to kill yourself with a gun. And
Right.
for the fact that you're like every single liberal running in politics, every single liberal I've ever talked to, is for common sense gun reform, like background checks, universal background checks, red flag laws. For you to just worship guns and you can't.
The background checks exist though.
Not universal ones.
What do you mean by universal? What what do you specifically mean by universal?
There is a straw. It's called a straw loophole. So if I go right now to a gun show, I can just buy a pew pew, or I can have my dad buy a pew pew, and I can just buy it from him for $5 with no background check whatsoever.
Okay, that's true. There is the gun. They call it the gun show loophole, and the reason for that is because the only people that are required to do background checks are licensed firearm dealers.
Right, and it's not universal. So I want it to be universal.
Okay, that's what you guys mean by universal. Okay. I've been wondering what the hell that means, because I know for a fact when I go and buy a gun at a dealer, I know I feel like I'm signing my damn life away. So
I can go to Walmart right now with a driver's license and get a gun.
Right. Well, no, they'll still run a check on you then.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's easier here than anywhere else, and I think it's just nonsensical. I think that it's a weird hill to die on. I think that you're like, well, I like my gun so much that I want to fuck up the economy and vote an authoritarian into government.
No, that's not the case.
Well, that's what happens when Republicans get in office. They fucking suck at everything. And I'm not just saying that because I'm liberal. They literally do. If you ever Google this, you play with your favorite AI model. Say, hey, what do Republicans do better than Democrats at the economy? The answer is going to be fucking nothing. It's going to be fucking nothing, and it's not even close.
Okay. Again, I didn't vote for Trump, so I didn't vote in the last 3 elections. I haven't voted. So the last election I voted in was Obama's second term. The first election I voted in was Obama's first term. Both of those votes were for Barack Obama. The first one because I wanted to see change. The second one because I made a $200 bet with the kid in my office that Obama was going to win again.
All right. Well, I think I hope you vote liberal next time. I hope that in the midterms you.
You know what? I'll tell you what. If somebody, I'll put it to you this way. My candidate, even though I knew he didn't have a snowball's chance in hell, the candidate that most aligned with my values was a candidate on the DNC in 2020 named Andrew Yang. He is the one that most aligned with my values. If a candidate like him comes along and he's liberal, he'll get my vote.
What did Andrew Yang have policy-wise that you liked so much?
Well, mainly there was UBI. That was one.
All right, that's
It's kinda hard
exclusively
to-
a liberal policy too now. Like, do you really think the Republicans are ever going to pass UBI, dude?
No.
All right, so
No,
you're
that's
immediately
why.
liberal. If that's your stance, you're immediately liberal.
No, I'm not a liberal. Like I said, I vote based on my merit, on my ethics. The problem is I don't have ethics that align with either side. Like I said, I like our gun rights, but I also am very pro-choice. Okay, I don't think abortion is this evil thing. I'm pro-gay marriage, but I'm not with the trans stuff. I'm not with the whole trans women are real women thing. I'm pro. I think marijuana should stay federally legal. Should go federally legal in every state.
All right, and it's
As a matter of
only
fact, I
red
think-
states that haven't done it, right?
Well, wait, is it legal in Texas?
No, they just outlawed hemp, even diet
Oh my
weed.
god. Oh, it's legal here. I'm in Arizona, so it's legal here.
Yeah, y'all are
And
purple.
we're kind of a red state.
Arizona's purple. It's a swing state.
Okay, yeah, okay. You know what? You're right. Fine, you're right. Okay, but anyway, but I'm pro legal marijuana. But again, like, and I'm an atheist.
All right, so
Again,
it sounds like the only thing you're holding on to is pew-pews, and I think the NRA has spent billions and billions of dollars being like getting gun culture to a point where you guys are just paranoid that liberals are going to take your guns. I don't think anyone in recent history has ever tried it, has even proposed or ran on that. We've talked about voluntary buybacks of like AR-15s. I'm sorry if you can't live a normal life with without an AR-15. That's on you. Trump has done things to ban like bump stocks. He's talked about arresting people and doing due process after. He said, "Take the guns, then due process after." The only person.
I know.
So
That's-
I just don't see how this is a hard decision for you.
I argue that with my MAGA friends, where I tell them, you know, the most expensive gun laws that have been passed were passed by Trump. What are you guys talking about? You know what I mean? Because I'm afraid of the liberals taking your guns. You know, I argue that all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
But,
I feel like this is an easy decision here, especially when we talk about the economy and look at Trump's actions and all of the sycophants in Congress that are just following lockstep with Trump. I have lost all confidence in the Republican Party to do anything that's right for the constituents. If you don't do exactly
Right.
what Trump tells you to do, you're ousted. You're primaried.
I'm
Elon
guessing you're
Musk
not a
has talked
Vance
about
fan.
this.
You're not a Vance fan, right?
No.
Okay. Just since all Republican, and then you're talking about Project 2025. I know. Did he write like the cover or something?
Who? Vance? Yeah, he wrote the fucking the intro or whatever. Yeah. Trump's entire cabinet is Project 2025 people. He didn't just accidentally do this. The architect of Project 2025, Russell Vought, is literally in his administration overseeing our budget.
Right.
The person who wrote the parts of the FCC, Brandon Carr, is over the FCC. The person who wrote the part about deportation is Trump's guy for CBP. Like if you're for Republicans knowing this and co-signing this and just being like, gee, I just don't know who to trust, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't trust any of them. Like I said, I believe that whole system is a giant club that we're not in, and they're for each other.
All right. Well, I think I've had you up for an hour and a half. I'm gonna get to my next
Yeah.
guest.
Right before you go, though, can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Regardless of the annoyance and stuff, dialogue like this is what we do need in the country. That's all I'm saying. We need the dialogue. But
sure.
thank you for the conversation. And keep doing what you're doing.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. If there's still plus sign up here, this is my alt account. So if you haven't done it yet, hit follow. I hope I get privileges back on my main account here soon. I can't do any guests. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Hello, Cecil.
Hey, man. You had a pretty good show on Father's Day. I was in a good mood. I was working in my garden. I had my Bluetooth headset on. I was kicking ass and listening to you. But then you ended your show with this story that just really pissed me off about these migrant women getting like forced hysterectomies and whatnot.
I didn't say
Remember
that. They're
Oh,
getting
you didn't?
forced sterilization.
Okay. So I looked into that, and because, like I said, I thought that was terrible. But it turns out, because I'm on NPR's webpage right now, it says NBC settles defamation lawsuit with doctor falsely labeled the uterus collector. And this Dr. Iman, or I think his name is Amen, he sued the pants off of some media outlets who claimed he was doing what you just said. So
I think that
not much of a story there.
He didn't sue the person in Congress who spoke about this, right?
Oh, I don't know about that.
So I think the person in the congressional hearing, John Ossoff, spoke 100% truth. And if media companies went around and said things that were slightly misleading, I'm sure he has a case there. But the fact that this happened is absolutely true.
It is. Was it like, were they doing it in an effort to like, what was the point of that? It doesn't even make sense that they would do that.
I don't know. You have to be a fucking freak. I don't know. What's the point of...
Well, I dug into it and there's not a lot of information, but anyway, maybe we'll get more information as time goes by. Have you ever been to Yuma, Arizona?
No.
It's called the Winter Salad Bowl because in the wintertime, 90% of all of our leafy greens come from there. Okay. They had a problem with immigrants defecating in the fields out there, causing food poisoning. And so this was during Joe Biden's term. Joe Biden actually put up a big fence. I mean, it's a big fence. It looks more like a wall, to tell you the truth, but it's a big fence to keep the migrants from pooping in the fields. I guess walls aren't always bad when it comes to keeping out illegal immigrants. Maybe not. Maybe not, right?
Such a wienery take, dude. Yeah, if you have private property and you fence it, it'd probably be less likely somebody come wander into your private property where they can't just magically come up with a job and make a whole living and build, a family. I think
Funny you should say that. That's exactly what they did. The farm owners, they kept hearing promises from the Biden administration that they were going to, because even with his wall, there were a lot of gaps that they were coming in. So they ended up, believe it or not, they ended up putting porta potties where these gaps are. And the farmer said, porta potties aren't going to cut it. They had to just put up their own fence. They spent hundreds of $1,000s protecting their land from these illegals who want to poop on our food. So I guess they're not all that great, are they?
I guess they're just overrepresented in farming, and when the conditions are you got to walk a quarter mile to take a shit, or you can just take a shit, I think people might be likely to take a shit outside.
You silly rabbit. They weren't working the field and said, oh, I can't make it to the porta potty. They were illegally crossing into our country, and they couldn't find.
Even more so. There's no public restrooms on the way to...
No, they put the porta potties out there. They put the porta potties out there. Yeah.
Good.
It just makes you wonder who's going to want to step inside a stinky porta potty in the middle of the night when they can just hunker down next to a corn stalk and look at the beautiful moon or whatever, I don't know if the porta potties are going to help that much.
So someone's saying that the source is not true. So let's look this up. So
All right.
migrants defecating
Don't
and
you think I would do the same thing before I would bring this topic up? You really have to dig for things nowadays because AI is biased and they try to protect you guys all the time. But yeah, I watched a video with a farmer who actually spent money to put a fence up. It was a collaboration with a bunch of farmers. Unless you can bring up those guys or see that side of it, you're just protected by your media left wing bias, which is kind of like your whole show. As soon as you start getting stomped, someone swoops in, and I shouldn't say that. You've always been real generous to me, but it's just funny how there's so many topics that are banned that if we were allowed to discuss, you guys wouldn't look so good in the debate. So it's lucky for you that a lot of things are not debatable.
I just don't think that migrants taking shits places is at the top of my list of things I worry about. I more worry about like their civil and human rights.
Okay. Some people just worry less than others. I'm glad you're able to enjoy your fresh salad in the wintertime and not think about it. Uh, I don't know. I see it all the time on the news, national news, where, oh, listeria outbreak here or whatever here. And it turns out these illegal migrants are pooping on our food,
Well,
literally
Trump was
pooping on our
directly
food.
responsible for large listeria outbreaks during his first administration. So
Okay. Well, maybe, but still, though, the wall. You don't think, I mean, it's kind of a little bit hypocritical that you guys are against walls, but you put up fences whenever they're handy.
well, if their most desired location would be on the other side of that fence, then probably not. Probably wouldn't be very useful. But if you can just go around it and still be in the United States and get to where you're going, I think, yeah, it's pretty useful. Do you
Okay.
think that that's stopped people 100% from crossing that person's crops? No. Do you
I
think that
think it's one.
people could have cut through that fence easily, could have hopped that fence easily, right? And if on the other side of that fence was freedom and not just a place to have shit, that it would
Well, you're
easily be
saying
bypassed.
people. You keep using the word people as if it could just be some random, NASCAR participant or something that just randomly showed up out there. These
I
are immigrants, illegal immigrants who are coming into our country and they're trashing the place. But let's move on. I probably only have a few more minutes, if that. I was going to ask you. I'm going to ask you a personal question. You're going to make a little joke about it. We're both going to chuckle. And then I'm going to ask you again, and you still won't answer me. Would you ever date a trans woman?
Yeah,
If she's thick enough.
yeah,
Okay. Are you heterosexual, if I can ask?
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not very natural. I feel sorry for you that you would be so woke that you would go against your own natural inclinations to be woke. I mean, that's really sad.
Do you, Cecil? Do you got perfect eyesight?
No,
You wear glasses?
I do.
It's not very natural of you, is it?
Well, procreation and reading are two different things. Wouldn't you agree? Like sexual urges and whatnot. I wouldn't expect a gay person to be with someone of the opposite sex. Why would you expect a heterosexual person just in the name of wokeness to cross that? I think you'd be
I think
crossing
it.
a
I think
personal
it.
boundary
I
on
think it takes
yourself.
a very enlightened, very intelligent person to be able to see past some of the like the primal instincts you might have as a
Sure.
human. And I think that's probably what's wrong with most people that would say no.
Sorry about that. I was getting a phone call. Yeah, it could take a real open mind, enlightened liberal like yourself, or it could take someone who's not true to himself or herself, which is a sad thing. Now,
Why is it sad if I love somebody and I'm capable of loving somebody despite whatever you find like to be a flaw? I think that is a
oh,
win
see,
for
you
me.
changed the subject. You changed the subject. You're talking about love. Yeah, people can fall in love all the time of the same gender. They may not even be gay until they fall in love with someone. I believe that sort of thing happens all the time. But what I asked you was if you would be willing to date someone who's a transsexual.
Yeah. And how do you ever fall in
Okay.
love? You have to
Well,
start by dating them.
here's the thing. Men and women have different mannerisms. They walk differently. They talk differently. They do all those things. So because you're heterosexual, you're naturally attracted to those feminine qualities. A trans woman doesn't have those qualities. She's faking it. The person is not a real woman, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, okay? So your subconscious would know that something's not right with this, but your intellectual side would override that in the name of wokeness, and it just makes you look silly in the long run. Not
I
that you're
don't
actually
give a
dating a trans
shit.
person.
I don't give a shit what it looks like. If you let
Well,
what other people think dictate what type of love or dating that you do, I think that's a flaw on your part bigger than mine.
I don't, you know what, Pickles, I'm just going to call you out. I don't think you would date a trans woman. I really don't, because you're heterosexual. Heterosexuals generally don't date. It's people within the LGBTQ community that date each other like that.
Well, I've
So,
made out with a trans woman before, so take that.
okay. Well, then I guess you just proved me wrong for sure. I thought you were 100% heterosexual, but I guess nobody's really 100% heterosexual, right? Everybody's a little
I
bit
don't
gay,
think
is
so.
what they say. Okay. Well, you got me. You got me. I don't have anything else except for I was going to tell you that I was going to ask you what's the most vulnerable, I don't know what you would call it, a subset of, or a minority. What's the most vulnerable minority group when it comes to violence in the United States?
Black trans women.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it because that's what I found out too. But you might be a little surprised to find out that the people who are committing the violence on them are their domestic partners. Whereas you guys would like us to think that it's a bunch of white MAGA redneck idiots going around beating them up, but it's not. So I just wanted to point that out to you. I did some research on that. And I've heard you say it before too. Most homicides and violent crimes are intra-racial,
Yeah.
right? So it makes sense if black trans women are victims of homicide or violence, it's usually
All
their
right.
partner or
I
someone
don't
in the
think that
community.
shirking blame to the vast minority of people who are assaulted at a very high rate onto black people does any good to black people or trans people.
Well, the thing is, you guys like to blame the white man for everything. So don't be surprised if occasionally someone like me, who's a white man, says, you know what, it's not us that's beating everybody up. Look around. It's your own, well, like you said,
But you
it's
don't have the data that
intra-racial.
shows that it's white men, right? Or black men.
Oh yeah, the data's out there. I'm not going to pull it up because I'll get a permanent ban. This is a convenience for you, but
It's
yeah,
convenience for
you guys.
you, not me.
All right, buddy. Well, I got to get back outside and work on my garden some more. It's been nice talking to you, though.
All right, man.
See ya.
What is that bumping sound? Oh, that's Cecil. It's the FAP machine. Cecil needs to admit he has a crush on me. All MAGA has a crush on me, dude. All right, I'm turning the phone line back on. Whoever just called, you can try again. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, this is my third time calling.
Oh, we've spoken before?
Yes, twice. I'm the Iranian guy.
Okay. What do you got for me today? What are you stoked about Trump for?
Okay. So remember last time you mentioned the Greater Israel Project, and then I had to go and I told you that I would call you again because there are some things I haven't gotten time to get into.
Yeah.
So you said that the reason that Bibi and Trump are bombing my country is because of Greater Israel Project. I meant to tell you that first of all, 2 points. Number one, The Greater Israeli Project is something that is very, very fringe part of Israeli parliament and legal party bonds. It's not the official policy of the Israeli government, and also even that fringe group within Israeli parliament that I talked about. Even their plan, if you look at their official plan, it doesn't include Iran. So their attack to war on Iran could not possibly be for Greater Israeli Project.
It absolutely is,
And
because
again,
they're tied to Lebanon.
what?
They're tied
Because
to Lebanon, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
you-
Lebanon is,
you-
right?
So cannot they cannot just, I don't know, topple Hezbollah and keep the IRGC.
Are you sure? You sure that's not what their motives are?
Okay, but you didn't answer the other point I made. The Greater Israeli Project is not official Israel policy. It's just a fringe minority within Israel parliament
Well, I mean,
that want that.
I think
And
that
I
the
know
people in the heads of state of Israel have made it very clear what their intentions are. What's that guy's name, chat? Gavir, the guy that just recently tweeted.
Bin Gavir?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just literally came out and said it, that he is ready to just kill anybody. That
Yes.
for every one tear shed in Israel, 1,000 mothers will cry in Lebanon, etc. These are the
That is the
people
thing.
in control.
He said that, but Netanyahu is his boss, and he said that we will liberate the people of Lebanon and we will bring back we make the path of peace and prosperity. So, who would you
That doesn't
really
make.
believe?
Yeah, well, I think Netanyahu has a responsibility to be somewhat moderate. I don't think he's moderate by any sense, but I think that to save face on the world stage, he has to say things like this, but his actions speak louder than words, and his lies that justify these attacks in Lebanon and Gaza
Right,
and the surrounding countries speak for that.
That's just a theory. I don't think you have evidence to prove it.
That we have dead people to prove it.
Well, I hate to say this, but even in the World War II, so many innocent people died. That's what happens in war. It's tragic. I'm sad about my innocent people dying in the war in Iran. But that doesn't mean that what's happening is a genocide.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so
another thing.
I want to point
Go
to
on.
you one of my favorite statistics. The war in Gaza. You know how small Gaza is, right?
Yes.
Since October 2023, more Palestinian journalists have died in Gaza than all journalists killed in any major conflict in history. Both world wars, Vietnam, the U.S. Civil War.
Combined?
You're telling... Combined.
Oh.
You're telling me that they're just doing business as usual?
Well, as I said before, I don't know if I ever mentioned this. I'm not a Zionist, so please don't think I am a Zionist, right? Also, we both need to agree, and I think that's something that isn't said enough on the left, that Hamas has a lot of responsibility for that as well, because Hamas is giving Israel an excuse to do that, which still doesn't justify what they're doing. But
listen, Al Qaeda gave us every reason in the world to go and carpet bomb Afghanistan and Iraq in your eyes too, but we didn't do that, right?
Right. But this is my point. Without Hamas, right, it would be very difficult for Netanyahu to treat Gaza like a hostile country. Would you agree?
Say that again.
Without Hamas, it would be very difficult for Netanyahu to treat Gaza like a hostile country.
Yeah, just like Al Qaeda, right?
Right. So, who is the biggest funder of Hamas? It's the Iranian regime. So, if we couple the Iranian,
or Netanyahu,
he done that what?
What?
He funded Hamas once, but IRGC is funding Hamas continuously.
Again, I don't think that this is giving you the ammunition that would justify fucking killing civilians and journalists at the rate that he has. And for his person, Ben Gvir, I think he's the head of IDF, isn't he? He said it himself.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah?
You know that, I don't know if you ever read the Jewish Bible, the Old Testament or no, but are you aware that the only non-Jewish, non-Israelite Messiah was the Persian king? And they have Cyrus the Great. They have a national day for our king. They have streets in the name of Cyrus the Great. They celebrate him. You know, that's how much they respect.
I don't.
You know?
I don't care. I don't care.
But you're accusing them of being racist towards Iranians and Persian people.
Yeah, they very obviously are, man.
I told you that. I'm telling you, the only non-Jewish Messiah was a Persian king. That's how they view us. That's how highly they think of our culture.
We have Barack Obama is one of the best presidents in the United States, but our country is very racist still. It doesn't take that away.
Those racist people don't consider Barack Obama a good president.
Yeah, I know, and there's plenty of Israelis that feel the same way who probably fucking shit on the idea of them celebrating the holiday you just gave me.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
If Trump and Netanyahu don't admire our culture, if they don't respect our culture and our people, why both of them have Persian rugs in their office? Like, look at the Oval Office. Trump with a Persian rug over there. Like, would someone who doesn't give a fuck about
I don't know, for the
people and
same reason that men who are misogynists still date women.
I mean, that's completely different context, because everybody has because men who are misogynists look at women like tools because they need women, and they date women because they're tools. But like,
Yeah, Persian rugs are very highly artisan, right?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I think that they're worth money too. 20 grand, 50 grand. Of course they're like, I like Persian rugs. And I'm sure there's Christians out there that fucking are Islamophobic as absolute fuck, and they have Persian rugs.
Do you think it's possible that's like, listening to rap music but hate black people, watching animes but don't absolutely hate Japanese culture? I just don't see how is that possible. That would be very hypocritical.
I think it's pretty hard to find somebody who hates Japanese culture that watches anime. I've never heard of that.
Exactly. It's very hard to find someone who watches anime, but
Japanese is not that
Japanese
problematic.
People.
What's problematic about Japan?
Maybe because in the World War II they were in the Nazi side.
Yeah, because we fucking strangled one of their ports.
But still, after the COVID, was there or was there not an increased racism towards Asian community?
Yeah, because there was a fucking dipshit in office calling it the China virus.
Okay, do racist and ignorant people don't they think Japanese and Chinese people are the same? Don't they?
I feel like we're stretching real hard here.
Are they some people who think all the Asian people are the same? Are there people like that or no?
Sure. Most
Okay.
probably on the right.
So, would you agree that there are people like that who, after the COVID virus, would hate Japanese people as well, even though the virus came from China and not Japan?
Sure, they probably don't know the difference between the phenotypical traits between the two. So yeah, I'm sure.
So, would such a person enjoy anime?
Yes. I've literally talked to right wingers, and especially if you're somebody who enjoys anime, I would also say that you probably unironically enjoy animes that are based in leftism, and you completely miss the point. You watch One Piece?
No. The only anime that I watched was Death Note. If you can use that as an example.
Which one? Death Note?
Death Note. Yeah.
There's vigilante justice. I don't know. I don't know. The failures.
I kind of disagree with you. Anime is something that represents the Japanese culture and expresses Japanese identity. It kind of has some sort of nationalistic tone to it, which is usually associated with
most
right.
anime features white characters.
What?
Most anime, even fucking Death Note portrayed those characters. They look white as fuck.
What's left wing about that?
I'm just saying it's not embedded that deep into Japanese culture.
Well, yes, because it's a Japanese export. For example, there was a time that Persian rugs looked very Islamic and Eastern, but now that everybody use them, I'm not saying that it's whitewashed because it hasn't, but it doesn't look as exotic. It's kind of embedded with the global culture. It's a very elegant piece of or like rap music. It was produced in the black culture, African American culture, but the greatest rapper, ironically, is Eminem. That doesn't. Yes, it has.
Yes, some very racist people still enjoy tons of black rap. They still unironically enjoy Creole food, and they love jazz, but they're fucking dumb racists.
There are very few people like that. Because it's so hypocritical. I think everyone with brains wouldn't be like that. And I think if are you telling me that? I mean, can you be really honest with me? So Trump and Netanyahu, they probably went out, actually bought Persian rugs, and probably thought that, wow, it's so elegant, so beautiful. Let's put it in my office, right? And they didn't appreciate Persian culture, even though it's a culture that produced this rug.
I'm sure there's more history to this, but I don't even need to know it to tell you that yes, people who are racist towards other cultures still enjoy and appropriate them.
Okay, that was kind of weird to me. Remember last time we talked a little bit about Islamophobia?
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I want to switch the gears a little bit towards that topic as well, because that's also something that I had to respond to, and I wanted to respond to this time. I think there are two definitions of Islamophobia. One definition is prejudice and racism towards people who are perceived as Muslims, and that I disagree with. Like, I don't like that if someone does that. But second definition is having prejudice towards the religion of Islam, not the people necessarily, not the race. For example, I might disagree or have criticism, right, towards Christianity. that doesn't mean I'm racist towards this black Christian. Do I disagree with their religion? Do I find it
Do you
harmful as an
you live in the
atheist?
United
Yes.
States?
Yes.
You can't be. There's no system of power that goes against Christianity in the United States.
Okay, now let me make an example. Like, imagine there is a black Christian, right? I tell that person that, okay, I think your religion is harmful. I actually do as an atheist. That's different than, being racist towards that person. Like, I'm saying that, okay, I think, I myself, I'm an ex-Muslim, right? According to the Islamic law, to the Sharia law, I should be executed. So if someone believes in that religion literally doesn't support my life. So if someone is racist towards the Persians, towards the Arabs, towards the Afghans, I disagree with that. I think that is bad. Having prejudice against the race, the culture, the nationality. But criticizing a religion, I think that's very okay.
I think it turns violent when there's such a vast minority group in here in the United States, especially when top figureheads in the government and the media, content creators weaponize this topic. It
Right.
results in actual violence because they have such a small cultural influence here. It's very easy.
So you're saying just because Muslims are small, that means that criticizing their religion could turn to racism?
Yes.
But criticizing Christianity doesn't ever turn to racism.
No, because there's no power. There's no system of power that's against it. But when the government is doing it, that's a system of power that's going against a religion. When Trump put an Islam ban on multiple
Muslim
countries,
yes,
a Muslim ban, that is the government doing that. Have we ever done a Christianity ban? No. Will there ever be
No,
one?
that
Probably not.
Would you say the same thing? Like, okay, here's the thing. So you're saying criticizing Islam could turn to racism. So I can say the same thing about Judaism and Zionism. Why don't you think that criticizing Zionism and Israel could really easily turn to anti-Semitism?
Zionism is not an immutable trait. It is not something that is also an identifying factor of all Jewish people either. So not all Jewish people are even religiously Jewish. And I think that the idea of Zionism actually creates violence. So having criticism of that is much different.
Right, but like Islam also is not something that all the people from the Middle East have. For example, there are so many great examples of post-Muslim countries, like the societies that have turned very secular. Turkey is a great example. Lebanon is another great example. Iran, unlike our government, our generation is very secular, and all of these are great examples of post-Muslim societies. So if you're saying that Zionism is not a unified trait, I can say that, yeah, Islam is not also a unifying trait with the people of the Middle East. Not everybody is Muslim. Many countries are actually going very secular and are becoming
Yeah, but
atheist.
it's the reverse for Jewish people, right? They have their hands, or the state of Israel has a grasp on like 99% of our politicians, and that's not an exaggeration. It's like all of them. So they also have a hold of the system of power.
So you're saying that Jewish people are not as vulnerable as Muslims?
Correct. Like, think of like the Muslim people in Congress. They're constantly being attacked, being threatened with denaturalization, deportation. Think of it, Ilhan Omar. This is something that does get violent quick.
So, but I want to remind you of history. During in the 1930s, many people in power, many billionaires, many politicians, many people who owned newspapers were Jewish, but that didn't stop anti-Semitism from Nazism being created.
Yeah, but it is because Hitler was in a position of power, espousing this with the biggest microphone, with speakers on repeat to the public, and he
So
was going
don't
and
you think there
enforcing it
are?
with brown shirts and with the arms of the government.
Yeah, extremists today in the both sides of the political spectrum are doing the same with the Jews. They are the most Israel is the most hated country in the planet.
Don't
Like
interchange
both.
those two, though. We're talking about Jewish people, and then we're talking to the state of Israel, and especially people on
Correct,
the left.
correct.
We're able to
But
make that distinction. Some people on the right can't.
some people in the far right, like for example, I know that the Ku Klux Klan actually kind of uses this whole Israel-Palestine thing. I know that they don't really care about Palestine, really don't. They just say that we support Palestine because they hate Jewish people. But they capitalize on this, whole Israel situation because they were all
Again,
with anti-Semitic.
these people wouldn't be against Jewish people, right? I don't think anybody who's pro-Palestine hates Jewish people. They hate the
I'm not
state
saying
of
everybody
Israel.
does, but there are extremists in both sides of political spectrum who feel that way, and the same way that Hitler once was French, this time from either side of the political spectrum, I can see that next time fascism rises, the Jewish people will be the victims again because they were always the fall guy of history.
I think that the only people that are doing this, there's a guy running in Florida for Congress who's using very disgusting language very openly, anti-Jewish language, not anti-Israel government, but anti-Jewish language. If that were to ever peek its head on the left, we would fucking bop them. That doesn't happen on the left.
Okay, let's say that it doesn't happen on the left and it's happening on the right only, right? Okay. I'm saying that, but my point is you're saying that Jewish people are not that vulnerable. I'm making a point that yes, they are vulnerable, even if they're in the position of power. The same thing that happened to Germany, because in Germany in 1930s they were also in power, right? But that didn't stop fascists to destroy them. And some people from far right, further right than I am, because right is a large spectrum. Let's not forget that. So there are people further right than me, and I oppose them. I don't side with them, but they are capitalizing of this growing anti-Semitism, and it wouldn't matter if Jewish people, like Israelis and some rich Jews like George Soros or whatever, have some politicians in their pockets, because yet again in 1930s Germany, many Jewish people had control of everything as well. That didn't stop the Nazis from taking over.
They did not. They
So
were 1% of Germany. They didn't have control of shit.
most newspapers were had Jewish. Most publishers for the newspapers, especially left-wing newspapers, were
Yeah, but and then
Jewish
the night
people.
of broken glass happened, and they went and kicked all of those Jewish people out of their businesses, out of their homes, arrested them.
What about the Communist Party, which had so much influence? And I think 8 out of 10 people, 10 members of the Communist Party of Germany were Jewish. Like, if you're not in a position of power, you cannot, make such a powerful party. And also, you said they were 1% of Germany.
Yes.
I think today Jewish people are only 2% of the United States.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but we have almost 100% of Congress backed by AIPAC.
Same thing was at the time AIPAC didn't exist, but same thing was true in Germany in 1930s with their parliament. Many of the parliament members were part of like Jewish-owned parties and Jewish-owned lobbies. There was not like really clear Jewish lobby or Jewish party, but there were various parties and lobbies owned by Jewish people. And yet again, it doesn't represent all the Jewish people, obviously, but
There
that
are
didn't
laws
stop.
instilled here in the United States right now. They're literally just exclusive to Israel, to um, uh, freedom of speech laws that prohibits people to, or state governments to prohibit the um, what's it called, like embargoes or any sort of like bans on Jewish people or Jewish products. They have done a lot of stuff that will be very hard to undo to create a violent environment nationwide, especially in regards to our government.
Hmm.
I just don't think that this is the monster you think it's. I mean, unless somebody on the right does a huge movement that's anti-Jewish,
Yeah, yeah.
then
No.
I don't think you have
You're missing
anything
my
to worry
point.
about.
I'm not saying that anybody is doing that necessarily, right? I'm just saying you're saying Jewish people are not vulnerable. I'm saying they are. The same thing that happened in Germany could happen here again, and the fact that Jewish people are in
Yeah,
power
and it will be
actually
the
makes them
right
more
that does
vulnerable
it.
because it makes them fall guys.
It will be the right that does it.
Far well, okay. Yet again, right is a very large spectrum, and that is not my point. You're saying that these people. This is my point. You're saying that these people are not as vulnerable as Muslims because they're in the position of power, like they have power. I'm saying the fact that they are powerful actually ironically makes them more vulnerable because they're the fall guys.
Are you? Remind me, you're not Jewish or Israeli, right?
No.
You're Iranian.
Yes. Is there
And
anything wrong with being ally of Jewish people if you're non-Jewish?
I just think that the party and the entity that is responsible for so much Islamophobia, having
Mhm.
someone go to bat for them like you is wild.
As I said, I'm an ex-Muslim. That means Sharia law believes that I should be executed. That means Islam doesn't support my life.
Again, I like, you wouldn't even have to be Muslim, right, to be put on the ban lists that Trump instilled in his first term. 7 of the countries weren't even fucking Muslim countries that he put bans on.
Can I be really honest with you? It was very difficult to come to the United States with his ban. It was a really, really long process. But I mean, I know it might sound like a cliche what I'm gonna say, but as much as I dislike it, I have some respect because I mean, given the history, like the Iranians took 52 of you guys hostage and everything that happened, I don't really blame him for wanting to double check. And yet again, he didn't completely ban us. I could come here despite the ban, right? So also the people who hate Muslims and like go back to your country and stuff like that. And yeah, that happened to me. Someone with like thick Southern accent saw me on the street and told me go back to your country, and I don't like that. But those people are minority. They don't represent the majority of the right thing.
I think that's a cope.
Tell
That's a cope, dude. Literally, you wouldn't. No one would even have to ask you your beliefs. They could hear your accent or see your phenotypical traits and have that disposition. I think it's dangerous for you to be advocating for that. Be like, oh, it's not that many people. This is wild, man.
But when you see my face and my accent, you see someone with brown skin and this accent that you don't know where it's from. Some people might even think I'm from India, not even a Middle East, right?
Yeah, and they hate those people too, right? I have right wingers come up here all the time crying that Indian people are coming here and taking engineering jobs or medical jobs or running as CEOs of companies, like crying about H-1B visas and all of this shit taking American jobs. You're not safe in either aspect.
So again, I understand that there are people who just hate me because of how I look and how I sound. I don't like that. I'm very sad about that. I'm worried about my family. I am, right? I'm just saying they don't represent the majority of the right. To say they represent the majority of the right is like saying that the people who danced when Charlie Kirk got associated represent the majority of the left.
Yeah, and I would say just about every one of your positions that you've tried to characterize the left with is the same thing.
I didn't try to characterize the left with anything. I was not trying to make an argument that left is anti-Semitic. I did. I think you misunderstood the point I was trying to make. When I was talking about the Jewish people, I just wanted to say that Jewish people are vulnerable. And yes, I understand that some people are racist towards me and
Who
my
do you
community.
think's more vulnerable right now? Somebody who's not white or somebody who's Jewish?
I mean, these two things are not exclusive. Somebody who's Jewish could be not white. But
Okay, but
if you mean the
same thing. They probably a double threat. So somebody who's a white Jew or Jewish person, or somebody who's not white.
Can I be really, really honest with you? I know it's a controversial opinion, but I'm going to go with the Jew, and I'm going to tell you why. Right now, Israel as a country is more hated in the United States than Iran or any other country.
The country, not Jewish people.
Yes, but it could really easily turn to anti-Semitism. The same way that hating the Iranian regime could really easily turn to Islamophobia.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that first of all, being Jewish is not always an immutable trait, or can sometimes be a mutable trait. Like, I saw some dude the other day here in my city. He was wearing a necklace the size of a Mercedes-Benz tag at the front of a car that was the Star of David.
Right.
He could easily not wear that. I would have no idea he was fucking Jewish.
Well, okay. So I have two criticisms for your logic. Number one is so many Jewish people say that kind of takes away, for example, like that could minimize the horrors of Holocaust because, if you say that, okay, Jewish people can easily hide their Jewishness, well, they couldn't really easily hide their Jewishness when there was a Holocaust. Second, I could actually easily hide the fact that I'm Persian. I can change my name. I can, change my accent. Or even, let's say that I don't say I'm Iranian and use Persian. Like, that's the method that some people use because people, for whatever reason, people hate the name Iran, but they just don't hate Persian. Like, everybody else kind of can do that. I don't know why other diasporas don't do that. Like, I don't know, Lebanese can say we're Phoenicians, or I don't know, stuff like that.
I think that just literally the color of your skin, the Supreme Court's already deemed it's an offense that ICE can arrest you.
Yeah, but most people of the Middle East are not that brown. When we say brown, these Middle Easterners are brown. We're saying that in the sense of, how we call Asians, East Asians yellow. They're not literally yellow. It's just,
I know, but we can just leaving that up to an ICE officer to determine. That's not safe.
So you're just saying because Jewish people look European, that makes them, less vulnerable?
I'm saying I hate to minimize anti-Jewish hate. I hate to minimize it, but I would absolutely make the case that is more dangerous for somebody to be a person of color in this country or not white than it would be to be Jewish.
Right. But do you realize if someone, like, if I tell someone that, okay, look, I know that I might have a foreign accent, I know that I might, look Middle Easterner, but, I'm not Muslim, and I'm not, because, the word, unfortunately, the word Arab has a, negative reputation, or,
So what you're
Iranian
saying is you might be white passing?
Yeah.
Do you see what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? No, there is something wrong with that. I'm not saying because I'm hiding my identity, right? It's bad. So I'm just saying that it's the same thing with the Jews. They have to hide their identity.
I feel like we're not even having a real debate here. We're kind of doing like a Prussian Olympics. But
Okay.
I still just don't, I can smell the irony though of somebody who's Iranian in America defending the state of Israel. I think it's wild.
Wait, can he hear
An
me?
argument could be made that if you think someone
He
has
can't.
to have a certain political belief based on their nationality is kind of racist.
No, I agree. I agree that you can and should be able to disconnect the two, but the active rampant racism and anti-Muslim movement that's happening on the right, I think
Yes, anti-Muslim
should
movement
be
on
a
the right. But
no-brainer for anybody.
can I? Okay, can I tell you something that the right wingers know and the left wingers don't know?
Like, give me a second. Give me a second. Kobe, do you want me to relay something? I'm gonna
I was
have
just
this
gonna,
fixed by tomorrow. By the way,
yeah,
Oscar's gonna help me.
I was just gonna say, Jewish is not a race. Like they're just white,
Whenever I
right?
can
So
speak, let me know.
it's not white passing. It's not white presenting. White Jewish people exist. Black Jewish people exist. Asian Jewish people exist. Like Jewish is not a race. It's an ethno religion. So I don't know why he was saying it's white passing. It's not. It's not a race.
I think he was making a case for himself being white passing, and he's Iranian.
Well, he's just then white then, because you're either Asian or
Hello?
white.
And she's
Like
just saying that you're probably just white.
yeah, he would be categorized as white in my opinion. Oh,
Yeah. Jewishness is not a race; it's an ethno-religion. So you can be any race just about and be Jewish, black, white, brown, Asian. Listen, caller, I've had you up for about 40 minutes. I have someone else calling in, and I think I'm going to take it. All right? If you want to call back some other time, you're welcome to, okay?
Sure. Okay. I enjoyed our conversation. Have a
All
nice
right.
day.
You too. I have a headache from that. Chat, I do have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me, that's the best way to do it. Kobe, how you doing today? Oh, she left. We didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry, Cloud. And chat, if I say anything that is out of bounds, please tell me. Please tell me if I offend you, if there's something I could say differently to help better represent. DM me, and I promise I will take it to heart. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not.
Okay, is there something you want to say really quick? I'm taking ops only.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was calling in to say before that I believe fervently that the Democratic Party, the DNC, and Joe Biden was the reason why I believe Donald Trump was able to be elected. If you want to talk about that or not, if you don't want to talk about that, I understand.
Are you a leftist?
I am, yes.
All right. I'm going to take opposition, but appreciate you calling.
Okay, thank you.
Fascism is why Trump won. Period. I'm too sore for this today, chat. Ah, fuck. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
I think he's doing a great job. I like his policies. I like what he's doing in Iran. But the real reason why I called you, I actually have called somebody else. He said exactly what you said, that Trump is a fascist. And I take issue with that. Fascism is not what Trump is. I would disagree. So I want to ask you, what is fascism? Who invented fascism? Like, Adam Smith is capitalism, the godfather of capitalist philosophy.
It's Italian.
Karl Marx is, of course,
All right,
communism,
Mussolini.
global socialism. So what is fascism? Who invented it?
So fascism derives from an Italian word called fascismo, and it basically is the idea of I guess a group of sticks, and basically together they are stronger. I don't know, Mussolini.
But who was the philosopher?
Mussolini's dad, Mussolini. I don't know who.
No, it was not Mussolini. Mussolini actually was a devout communist who worked for an Italian newspaper called Avante. He was the implementer, but the guy who was actually the philosopher is a guy named Giovanni Gentile. Okay. And the whole idea, they both were communists. They saw that global socialism wasn't working.
They turned their backs on it, right? I don't need a history lesson.
I'm sorry?
No, he turned his back on it, right?
Their backs on it. They wanted to make it work. So fascism was twofold. One, instead of global socialism, it was national socialism. Hence, National Socialist German Workers' Party.
That was just a trick.
It was an attempt to fix communism. That was not done to trick.
It was to invite people. The word national in front of that was basically asserted right-wing ideology. So it basically was to trick people into coming to their rallies and being like, ooh, what's this new socialism movement going on? But they didn't do anything that was socialist.
Have you read Hitler's 25 points?
No.
Okay. Therefore, you don't know Hitler's version, which is different from Mussolini's version of fascism. There are differences. But if you actually read Hitler's 25 points, he's talking about things like minimum wage. He's talking about things like socialized medicine. He's talking about things like national health care. He's talking about things like schooling all the way
only
up
for
to
certain
college
people.
For every.
But most importantly,
Germans, yes. Germans, yes.
Are you going to say
Germans.
Are you going to try to say that fascism is a left-wing ideology?
Oh, absolutely, because it is. It was an attempt. It was an attempt. I used to agree with you. If I told you my voting record, you'd be like, "Wow, this guy's changed."
I don't care what your trajectory was.
And I've actually read it. I'm a history teacher, so I've actually read a bunch of these things, and it was an attempt to fix communism. Instead of having a global version of socialism, workers of the world unite, you have nothing to fear but your chains. It was a national version of socialism. Because when they looked at World War I, Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile, they said, wait, workers from England fought for England, workers from Germany fought for Germany, and so on. And they realized you needed a national form of socialism. Now there's other changes as well.
I think this is a cop-out. This is a cop-out. And let me tell you
why.
It is. Who were the first two groups that they outlawed and arrested in Germany?
Oh, in Germany, it would have been the Jews and the Romanians, the Gypsies.
And then socialist and then communist, right?
Yes, because just like, put it this way, nationalism, fascism and communism are two sides of the same coin.
But they arrested both of them, right?
Very similar. Hold on. Give me a chance. It's just like Shiites and Sunnis. They're both Muslims, but they hate each other more than the Jews. They hate each other more than they hate Jews.
Okay,
Everybody hates us
this
Jews.
doesn't give you a pass in saying that fascism is not right wing, and the things that make it right wing are things like nativism, things like othering people, things like basically invading other countries, saying that one race is better than others. These
Okay,
are
let's
all
start
right
right
wing
there.
ideologies.
Imperialism.
Imperialism.
Let's go with your most egregious comment. Let's start with the most egregious one. Please tell me where Donald Trump or any Republican. I'm a Republican now. I used to be a Democrat. I'm a Republican now. Where we say that X race, let's just say white, because that's really what you want to say.
Mhm.
White people are better than insert whatever person of color you want to throw in this week to make your false point.
Sure. So
Tell me where we said that.
Trump is right now implementing white nationalist rhetoric into his ICE ads. So
White nationalist rhetoric. Okay,
Mhm.
and that's another cop out. Saying America first is not
that's not what I'm talking about.
white nationalism.
That's not what I'm talking
It's
about.
just not.
Okay, but
I'm sorry?
when Trump makes an ad that cites the manifesto of a man who went through a Buffalo supermarket and killed black people with the N-word spray painted on his gun, that is white nationalist. It was a white nationalist.
Okay, what was the quote that was said? Because I'm not
We'll
aware
have
of the
our home
quote
again.
that was said.
We'll
What?
have our home again. It was the words to a song by a white nationalist band.
Okay, I know a lot of bands. I used to be a touring musician. We were in the whole big thing. There's a lot of bands. If I hear some lyrics, it doesn't mean I agree with everything or that I even know the
This
band.
was
I
a
hear
dog
song,
whistle.
I'm like, that's a great song.
This is a dog whistle.
You know,
all right?
if
That's why. Because it was the opening to his
Okay, well-
manifesto.
it's opening to his manifesto. What were the words?
We'll have
It-
our
I,
home
I
again.
would love to hear this part.
We'll have
I
our
would
home
love to hear
again.
this part.
Well, you're going to hear it when you stop talking.
We'll have who home again?
We'll
have
have
who home
our
again?
home again.
Okay, stop right there. Name a Democrat who did not say we're taking back our country. We're going to have our country back again.
If they said we'll have our home again,
Have one from both.
if they said we'll have our home again, you'd have a point. But they said
I just
we'll
wanna know
have
the
our
ground-
home again.
We'll have our home again. Yes, we'll have our country back. Absolutely. Every politician says
Here we
that.
go, being
Everyone does.
you're being silly. This is an actual
No, I'm
quote,
not.
not an idea. This is a quote.
Okay, give me the entire. We'll have her home again. That is too limited and too narrow for anybody to respond to. By the way, ground rules are you get to interrupt me, but I don't get to interrupt you. I just want to know what the ground rules are on your show because
Sure.
I do wish to be respectful.
you-
Because I have a show myself. My name is Seth. I am the co-host on Teachers and Train Stations. So, I mean, we definitely would not be interrupting you, but I just want to make sure I follow your rules.
Yeah, you're a lot higher energy than most of my guests, but I'm pretty good at not interrupting.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm very high energy. I'm a teacher. I'm a history teacher.
It scares the shit out of me.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm waiting for your I fear for your students comment. I've
Yeah.
heard it all, because when you disagree with somebody, I often hear the insult, not a real argument, but an insult. I fear for your students. Oh, that scares me. Instead of actually having a discussion about facts
Cool. All
and
right.
and reality.
Let's get to brass tacks.
Let's
get to brass tacks.
But let's go back to fascism.
Hold on.
Fascism.
You just interrupted me.
Oh, go ahead. No, I do
The
apologize.
the Department of Counterterrorism approached DHS and said, "Hey, a bunch of your ads are dog whistles to white supremacy, and here are a few." They repurposed the old. It was a Moon Man logo from an old McDonald's ad that was basically adopted by white nationalist groups online because it looked like a Klans member. They're putting that in DHS ads for hiring ICE people. They also are using the term remigration, and I'm sure if you're well read on Germany, you know where that comes from.
I'm Jewish, oy vey. I'd prove it, but I'm going to be polite.
Okay. And they also said they also used an ad that I think it says Wayward American Man, which is just a spin of Wayward Western Man, which was also a white supremacist book that was written.
Okay, so your last comment really gets me because you're like, oh, Wayward American Man is really a twist of this over here. It sounds to me, not knowing the exact specifics of what you're saying, that you're really trying to twist things, you know, in a pretzel shape to try to connect dots to white supremacy.
Well, you
And
would have a
really,
point.
I'm sorry, it's not. But can I ask
You would have
one
a point,
question?
but DHS acknowledged this, and they said, well, it's bold and effective. So, checkmate.
Okay, well, if they said, hey, there seems to be a connection here. There seems to be from A to
They
over here
acknowledged it.
through B to C, and that's really stretching it. Like, for instance, let me make a connection for you, okay? Which party started the KKK, did Jim Crow and all that?
The Conservative
can we be
Democrat
honest here?
Party.
No, it was the Democrats.
The Conservative
It was
Democrat
the Democrats.
Party. Yeah.
No. There was no real conservative Democrat Party
Yes, there
after
was.
1866. Okay, so you want to split the Democrats in 1866 into two separate groups?
No, they were conservative.
They were conservative. Okay, that is okay. Well, here's the problem with using the term conservative and liberal. To be quite honest, what is considered conservative and what is considered liberal has changed over the time. For instance,
I think you're just being obtuse, but they were out of the two. They were the conservative ones, right? Considering that the North was the less conservative.
Back then you could say conservative, but I'm talking the party ideology.
Okay, you're just being obtuse.
Hold on. You would you like me to answer the question, or would you like to talk? I'd be glad either way.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the Democrat Party has always looked at race. They always said, okay, we're going to look at black people a certain way. For instance, back then, black people are not smart enough to be anything besides slaves. Yeah, we got this Frederick Douglass guy, but he's kind of the outlier. They're the slaves. Now you have the Democrat Party saying, you know, black people, they can't figure out how to get a driver's license. I've never, ever met a black person without a driver's license. But they can't figure it out. Republicans have always been like, okay, look, we need to free the slaves. And they didn't believe quite in equality perfectly between the races back then, but it was a step forward. You might want to call that liberal if you want. But you go to the Republicans now. You go forward. They were the ones, the Republicans, fighting for equality. Which party actually denied black people the benefits of the New Deal under FDR? That was the Democrats. Republicans pushed forward.
Okay.
Let's come forward a couple years to the 1960s.
Hold on, you're making a bunch of points.
Which political party? Hold on.
No. This is called gish galloping.
Equality for Black America. That was the Republicans.
You're gish galloping.
So if you want to, the terms liberal and conservative do change.
Gish galloping. Okay.
I'm fish galloping. Okay, all right.
Gish galloping. Do you know what that is?
I'm hearing the word fish galloping.
G.
Do you mean bird walking?
G-I-S-H. G-I-S-H.
I've never heard that term.
Gallop.
No, I've never heard. And by the way, I hope I'm coming really quick. I hope I'm coming across as respectful, because on my channel, Teachers and Train Stations, we do like to be very respectful.
Very cool. So
okay,
when we talk about the two parties,
the
two parties in question would be more so the Dixiecrats. And these people, they championed the Bible and religiousness and whiteness to justify starting the KKK. There's only one party that does that today.
Whoa. The Dixiecrats was a 1960s, 1950s, 60s thing. They didn't exist back in 1860.
That's not true.
So the Dixiecrats is in the 1900s.
That is absolutely not true.
Now you might no. Back then they had Northern and Southern Democrats, but they were not called the Dixiecrats until the 1900s. There was no real Dixiecrats. And by the way, the Dixiecrats were part of what political party? Were they part of the Democrats or the Republicans?
They were part of the. This is where people aren't. This is where people are dishonest. So I don't really care about the title of the party. I'm worried about the ideology. So people who are conservative in nature, people who are championing religion and nativism, that's something I will consistently move away from because I am progressive. Back in the day, the name of the party would not necessarily lead me to voting for them. It would be the ideas, right? So I would be a liberal back in the day.
No, not right. I disagree with that, but go on.
Just the name of the party is what you look at when you vote?
I don't think there's a lot of people that will vote blue no matter who, or vote red no matter who.
Yeah, because of their policies.
Yeah, because of but different policies. The Democrat Party, the Northern Democrats, really didn't like like Black America. They were just more inconspicuous about it, in my opinion. But I do not think the Dixiecrats and the Northern Democrats, the main Democrats, if you want to call them that, were really two different parties. They were two wings of the party, but they were the same party.
Okay, I still don't really care for you shirking bad policy onto a party because of their name. If it rhymes or if it was the same, I don't care for that. I care for the ideology that leads to these harmful policies. So the only party today that is doing anti-Black or white supremacist policy is the right, and that is consistent throughout history, throughout the face of the earth.
That is incorrect. That is absolute fallacy. I'll let you go ahead, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
But today, there's only one group of people that are using white supremacist dog whistles to hire people into government who are diluting maps, voting maps, congressional maps in places like Tennessee by cutting black cities.
Let me get a clarifying question in. Stop right there with Tennessee. Are you talking about gerrymandering?
Yes.
Okay, you were talking about gerrymandering. So in all of New England, it is so gerrymandered, there is not a single Republican coming from anywhere in the New England area. There's
but that's not anti-white, right?
No, I don't think it's anti-anything. Here's the difference between conservatives and liberals, or progressives even. And I'm hoping maybe you can be honest about this. Progressives tend to see things through the lens of race. The first thing, because I used to be on the left, I'm no longer, you used to look at things primarily through race and then other things. Conservatives look at ideology. Hey, this is what you think. For example, you mentioned Tennessee. I think it's Memphis. I could be wrong on the actual area. But right now there is a white Democrat, he happens to be Jewish, who was elected to represent the Black district, the quote-unquote Black district. Now the Republican that looks like it's going to win it because of redistricting, and let's be honest, I think you and I can both agree gerrymandering is shady as all hell. Both sides do it, and they're both trying to get an advantage.
But here's the difference.
I think we can agree on
if
that.
there were
But the new person coming in for that area, replacing the white Jewish guy, is a Black female conservative.
That is, first of all, let's go over this. First of all, someone paid to kick you, but I'm going to finish talking really quick. Someone paid to kick you, the fact is that if we were to undo all of these weird maps on both sides, if we undo all the gerrymandering on both sides, Democrats would win every single election. That's the end.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, here's the thing. The problem we have with elections is there is a lot of cheating going on when you have mail-in ballots. And this is just my opinion.
All right, I can't do that. By the way, TikTok, this is cheating in in Minecraft. Please don't kick me for misinformation. I am so sorry. All right. I'm very sad that person is a history teacher. That is real unfortunate. Thank you to Neely, Christina, Will, and Lisa for the kick. We have a $10 overflow of the kick pool. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes. I'm also calling in because that last caller, oh my goodness. But yes, I do support Trump.
I'm sorry, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Yes, that is a yes.
But okay, since that last caller's not here anymore, I don't want to talk about them. They're not here to
Please and
defend
thank you.
themselves.
Yes.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I mean, what's there not to like? He's doing good things for the American people. He is helping our greatest ally in the world, Israel, achieve their goals for a greater Israel and a greater America in turn.
I think that's just like a bumper sticker. I don't think you'd be able to really substantiate that, right? My rebuttal to that would be Trump has gutted multiple programs that like help everyday Americans. SNAP, that just got overturned, I believe today by a court.
It did.
Also, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. He has turned the whole world economy upside down. Gas prices are
Yeah.
soaring. There's not a single macroeconomic indicator that you could point to that is doing good. So for people to come up here and say that he's like doing good at anything, it really kind of
But
shocks me.
you do know there are other countries and factors in the world besides just America. The world and the sun and the moons and the stars doesn't revolve just around us, you know?
Yeah, so I thought that Trump ran on America first.
Of course he did. He did until Benjamin Netanyahu led him by the nose with his blackmail and whatever. So now he has become a Trump first person, right? And he only
I
cares
don't think
about
that's all of
Trump
it.
and his family.
I don't think that's all of it. I think that Trump was already doing that before Netanyahu
Oh, of
had
course,
power
of
over
course.
him.
But now it's explicitly just Trump.
Well, I think that was always the case. You guys probably just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, but now it's more out in the open and everybody understands it. If that makes any sense.
But you're still pro-Trump?
Yes, I am pro-Trump. You know why? Because this world is. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or Kamala or whoever. This world
Kamala.
is going to continue to be crooked and corrupt and outrageous. So you know what? Let it be Trump. Let the world fall and be reborn from the ashes like a beautiful phoenix.
So you're just an
Because at this point,
accelerationist?
I mean, at this point, what is there left to save? Honestly, I mean, I would love for it to go the other way. I'm paying $1,500 a month out of pocket for insurance now. 32 years old. I've never paid $1.
Well, you can thank Republicans for
Trump's
that.
ruined it. Yeah, for sure, most definitely. And you know what? The only thing that's gonna get people off their behinds off the couch and off their phones is to strip them of all their rights, which we are being stripped of all our rights, and has made me such a proactive political person that I no longer sit silently waiting for somebody to deal me out my food stamps or deal me out this or deal me out that. You know, I'm about to go bust up the concrete on the sidewalk and start make a garden or something.
You know that
we all need to.
Biden handed us like the best economy on earth. We were totally fine without some sort of apocalyptic plan before that, right?
No, I agree. It's just this is what the times are calling for. I would rather not, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean Kamala though, I if she wasn't a woman, she would have won. The Democrats would have won. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. She lost because she's a woman, plain and simple.
She lost because she had a little over 100 days to run. That's why. She lost by 1.7%.
That too. I mean that didn't help at all. You know, the baddies for Biden, whole Democrat playing into the you're poor, we'll help you. You know, Hillary Clinton with the hot sauce in her bag, stuff like that. You know, it's just a political theater. But
I don't think
now
that's as
it's
harmful
not
as the
anymore.
cliches that Trump and the Republican Party play off of. But again, I think that we could have skipped this whole apocalyptic scenario and not did Trump, and we would be doing great. We wouldn't be at war with Iran.
I totally agree.
We wouldn't be paying for $5 gas. We wouldn't have all of our friends on the world stage hate us and look at us as the biggest funders of terrorism in the world. We wouldn't have Cuba being strangled by the Trump administration, having people die by the thousands.
Yeah,
I think that
Lebanon,
you'd have a
Palestine.
I think you'd have a real hard time telling me how Kamala would be as bad as Trump, and for you to come to bat for Trump, considering all this, is just real puzzling.
No, you know what it is. What else would you rather happen at this moment? How else would you see fit to fix the problems we are in? We are neck deep in shite, my friend. You
I
know,
still don't
so
get. I still don't get why I
how,
should be pro Trump. I feel like you're not convincing me here.
I mean, for those reasons given, I mean, you shouldn't be pro-Trump. You should just be pro whatever you want to be. But for the time being, keep up whatever you're doing. I'm not necessarily for Trump or against Trump. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Did I vote for the guy? Yeah, sure. Do I regret it? Hell yeah. Am I going to vote for him again? Never ever. You know, but we'll see if there's even something there's left to vote for. Who knows what's going to happen in these next couple of years? We could all be dead by a nuclear holocaust.
I think we're far from that, but listen,
Well,
I don't think you're much of a debate. I think that you kind of more
what's
or
the
less agree with
debate?
me. I
What?
think
No,
you
I
more or
mean,
less agree
I
with
do
me.
agree in certain ways, but also I don't think demonizing Trump is going to save the world. Is my point.
I think
It's
it
the
is. Look at
people,
you. You've changed your mind. I think
of
that
course.
there's a lot of people like you. I think Trump's popularity is at an all-time low. I think he's the least liked president in history, and
Oh,
people need deconstruction from this ideology. And I feel like this is the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my life. For people to just
but
minimize it to me crying or something is silly.
no. You're not crying at all. I actually love what you're doing. I watch you all the time. So basically, the next person who's going to take over Trump's seat, right? So the next president is going to be another Zionist occupied seat. You know, they have to kiss the ring in order to get that presidential
I highly doubt it.
title.
I think that Israel is so
Our
disliked right
government
now.
is bought and paid for by APAC.
Yeah, I know, but we're gonna see
We need
that.
to vote people in we need to vote those people out and vote people who are America first in. These policies start at the grassroots.
Yeah, I agree, but I think this is more likely to happen on the left, and I don't think that anybody who runs with Israel first policy on either side is going to do great in the upcoming midterms.
Then thank God for that. So listeners, there we go. Do not vote for Israel first, people. Thank you very much. Have a good day. God bless. Save America.
All right. He's not seeing SOCDIM ads in this algorithm. Agreed. Dude, I am excited for the swing left. It's going to take decades for us to recover from this bullshit, but I think there's going to be a fucking hard swing left. I think it's going to just absolutely meet in the face of the Republicans. Ooh, chat, we're so sore, but it feels so good. It feels so good. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir. W Republic Party.
Why do you like the Republican Party?
I feel like because they're more pro Christianity, I feel like they're more like I feel like they just because they also were the first ones who freed the slaves, like they were against slavery.
Oh,
The
man.
Republican Party.
That's revisionist history, bub.
Bro, I don't know, bro. And now Trump is like lowering the crime rate. He also had like the Tax and Jobs Act from his first term. It hasn't been no immigrants.
All right, let's talk about these things. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Did you know that 91% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%?
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, Brookings 10-year analysis.
Brookings. Let me
10-year
look this.
analysis of TCJA.
And it was corporate tax. I feel like
Yeah.
cutting corporate tax is good.
Not always.
But I feel like in that case it was because they benefited the economy and we live in an economy.
Yeah, it doesn't benefit the economy. What you're talking about is trickle-down economics, and billionaires have paid a lot of money to get people to believe that, but we have 50 years of data that proves otherwise. What you would be looking at is wages outpacing or at least keeping up with productivity, and we don't see that. Minimum wage has stayed the same federally for the longest time. Average wages did not go up very much, or average household income did not go up in accordance to profits for corporate profits. Every single time Republicans get in office, they absolutely fuck up the budget, and we don't see much out of it. If you want somebody that does good at the economy, you can just type into the same little Google machine you're typing into right now, who's better at the economy, Republicans or Democrats?
I'm
It will
looking right now.
overwhelmingly say.
I'm trying to look how much taxes they pay, like everyone pay.
Okay.
Because if we're all, like, if billionaires are paying their fair share of taxes, which is 26%, they pay 26% of taxes.
It's 20
in middle income. Well, it just said 24. I see there. It says 23 to 25.
Okay, I still don't think that answers for how much of the economy they control.
They control that much of the economy because they either invented the companies, they either made the right investments. Like, those are stuff that they did to get that.
I still don't think that that happens in a vacuum. So they exist in an economy where we, as
What do you mean in a vacuum?
So I'm about to explain. Billionaires, millionaires, the top 1% rely on a healthy middle class to make them wealthy. So if they don't have consumers, they don't have anything. So if they don't have the people buying these goods, if they don't have a healthy lower and middle class, they don't have shit.
Okay, but during that time, the Tax and Jobs Cut Act, people were buying stuff. People were buying stuff.
Yeah, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a 10-year thing. It came or 8-year thing. It came all the way to last year.
And it was good until the pandemic. The pandemic is really what messed everything up.
So
when it was enacted, it was doing good.
When
the pandemic hit, it started doing bad.
I want you to look at it through a different lens. Just straight up look at who does better for the economy, who makes more jobs. Republicans spend way more and create 50 times less jobs. So if that were true and giant tax breaks made a healthier economy, we would see a lot more than 50 times less jobs that when Democrats come in and spend less creating jobs. They suck at literally everything.
But you're saying them making less job means what?
Meaning our money didn't pay for anything. Rich people got richer, poor people got poorer. It was the biggest transfer of wealth in U.S. history is when Trump gave them these huge flagrant tax cuts and said, you better promise to do good things for the economy, when they just went around and did stock buybacks, or bought up all the fucking homes. That's not good for us.
Including the global trends, review. I'm looking who creates more jobs.
It's Democrats, 50-1.
Under Democrat presidents since 1980. Look at the last 7. But it also says, however, economics note that presidents have a limited direct control over the border economy and multiple factors, including global trends. Yeah, my bad, broad economy.
Yeah, but again, so that kind of.
But that is bad, though. That is bad. Though.
Yeah, I think it's It's wild to even just keep playing around with AI. Don't do it while you're on here, but AI will tell you whatever AI model you want to use. Go play with it. It's sad. It's absolutely disgusting how bad Republicans are with the economy, and the way they get people to vote for them is by doing
But
social
I feel
wedge
like,
issues.
look, Trump is good for immigration. Like immigration is at its lowest, and like the domestic terrorists he been getting out of here.
That's not true either. First of all, migrants are beneficial to the economy. They are net benefits. So type into your Googles right now, economic
No, I
effects.
know their net benefit. I already looked, but even though their net benefit, there are like it was still an influx and an overflow of people, and he got it under control.
No, that's still mass deportation is horrible for our economy.
Cause look, let me explain. Now that he got it under control, y'all can start letting people in like slowly. Now that it's under control.
So what?
Because there was a lot of illegal. Do you agree more illegal people were coming in because of the pandemic and all that?
Yeah, the pandemic, yeah, I think it's a great reason.
Yeah. So now that he got it under control, we can start regulating it again, and like it'll be less illegal people coming in. There'll be more like
He didn't
people
do
coming in
anything.
with paperwork.
Can you name one bill he passed that?
No, the executive
changed
orders
this?
is what did it.
Yeah. So basically, just all temporary, just band-aids. Mostly human rights violations.
Because it was just a crack. It's like it was a crack in the the gate or the bridge, and he just had to fix up that little part of the wall, and now we back and running. Like people were going in through that bridge and they were flowing in, he patched it up, and now everybody gotta go through the front door again.
No, he didn't do anything to the actual border. He's created terrorism and like things that basically make people scared to come right now. But it doesn't do anything good for our economy. It didn't like poise us to better handle the border at all. I think that we even see a decline in tourism. So all of these things are negative to the economy. They've created a lot of white supremacy. They've created a lot of domestic terrorism in the United States. And it's not from the migrants. The migrants do so little crime. It's just disgusting to even associate them with crime.
But I'm saying, even if it's not like, I didn't even say they were doing a lot of crime, so I feel like that was kind of like part of the script. But of course they were doing some, but they were doing less to a lesser degree, but they were still doing crime. So we got that out of here, and we got just them coming out of here illegally in general. So now they're going to be coming in legally now.
I think that you're going to see them run on mass deportation again or run on the border again, probably for the rest of your life. You're going to see them crying about this, and people fall for the same playbook over
But they won't
and
have to
over.
because they got it under control. So once the next person comes in office, it's going to be good.
What do you mean he's got it under control? He still hasn't even exceeded Biden's deportations.
This basically what happened. It was all good. Like you were running and stuff, and you were running great, and then you got a cut on your leg, and you start bleeding a lot. And then he came and he patched up the bleeding, so now everything is working fine. So when you start running again,
he's barely done anything.
It's zero. It's like low crossings. Like it's not no illegal people really.
How does that help you?
Because illegal people coming in is breaking the law, and it is letting criminals in too.
No, it's not, dude. First of all, Trump is more criminal than any person that's crossed the border, and he's done more criminal things in the federal government than any migrant you could point to. I don't think that's helped anything.
But so you don't think getting rid of criminals is like, you don't think that's beneficial in no way?
I think that scapegoating these people and calling them criminals is harmful to society.
I'm talking
more
about
than anything.
actual criminals, like people who are actual criminals.
Okay, an actual criminal? You mean somebody who came in and did something that's finable by $250?
No, I'm talking about like actual crimes, like shooting, robbing, drugs. I'm talking about actual
they
crimes.
represent so few. Like,
but do you think even getting out that few is good?
He's not going after those few. Those people already get deported if they break the law.
But do you think he? So you say he haven't got out nobody who committed crimes?
He's emptying prisons full of these people and deporting them. I guess that's cool. I don't know. I think that him and his rhetoric is far more harmful than any of the crime you could point to from migrants. Last year, 27 murders. 27 out of 17,000. It's literally dumb to go after migrants for crimes.
Because say a bunch of people start running through your front door, are you gonna be able to tell who's a criminal or not? Or are you just gonna kick everybody out?
That's a bad analogy. So,
How?
because first of all, these people did come to the border, and they were stopped by Customs Border Patrol. They were asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Where are you trying to come?" A lot of them claimed asylum. A lot of them said, "Hey, I'm here on a work visa or on a whatever
I'm saying
visa."
for no, this applies for the people who came illegally, like who snuck across.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to make a case that that's the people he's deporting.
But I'm trying to make the argument that if they all ran through your door, are you gonna try to find out which one of those people are bad? Or are you gonna kick everybody out?
No, I think that there's a far more pragmatic
Which
fix to
one are you
this.
gonna do?
Why is there only two
Bro, come on,
options?
be real, bro.
Why is there only two options?
Because, all right, look, this the hypothetical. A bunch of people you don't know are running through your front door. There's like it's 100 people, but only 2 of those are criminals. Are you gonna kick everybody out, or are you gonna try to find those 2 people?
I'm just going to find those two people, especially if those people are
Bro,
at
no,
my house.
you're not,
Hold on.
bro. You're gonna kick.
Yes, I
You're
am.
not taking that risk.
Here's a better analogy. If
right.
if I owned Disneyland and
Yeah.
all of these people were coming to Disneyland and spending hundreds or
Yeah.
thousands of dollars, and I found out that
Yeah.
2 people came without tickets, am I going to kick all of those people out, especially if they're
No, but
spending
that's like a
money?
small thing. Like we gotta say those 2 people came in with like firearms and stuff and drugs.
What? Why would you characterize these people like that?
You know what I'm saying? Those 2 people, because if there's like a million, like 1,000, 100,000 migrants, at least 2 of those are gonna have guns and drugs.
Okay, again,
That's
you would
why I
have a hard
characterize
time.
it like that.
You'd have a hard time making the case that kicking everyone out of Disneyland because someone might have drugs is going to be warranted. This would be silly.
Like if you were designated or protecting Disneyland, and they told you, yo, there's 1,000 people here, and 2 people there have drugs and guns, and everybody just rushed in, and nobody got tickets. We're not sure who to kick out, but they're spending a lot of money at our Disneyland, but nobody
Yeah.
bought tickets.
You have to really invoke some fear here to make it make sense the way you think of it. But this is not the case. 83% of the drugs smuggled
What's
across
wrong
the border.
about my hypothetical?
83% of the people who bring drugs across the border are
US,
are
I know.
U.S. citizens. And then, by the way, the people who get guns get them from the United States. Guns are illegal in Mexico, so this is already a bad analogy. Mexico has guns because of us, not the other way around.
Okay, but the analogy, I'm gonna correlate everything. So the people rushing in without tickets or the immigrants rushing in without papers? The 2 people that have drugs and guns and weapons, or the minority of the immigrants who come in with that type of stuff? Them spending money is them spending money in the economy. You are the president with so everything correlates. You are the president with designating protecting Disneyland. They are all in there without tickets, but they're spending money. But there's also people who have a couple of people who have drugs and guns. You're telling me logically you're not going to kick everybody out because y'all, it's 2 of y'all who are doing bad. I'm not sure what 2 it is, but y'all don't even have tickets.
I wouldn't do that.
What? So you're gonna, even though they don't have tickets, you're gonna just keep them in?
First of all, the gun analogy is horrible, right?
How?
Because you can get a gun regardless of immigration status here in the United States. This is silly. If Disneyland sold guns, you would automatically be wrong, right? Because that's the case.
But I'm saying people come across with that type of stuff.
No, they don't. They don't have to. They would be American guns if they did.
But do they?
No, they would be. They can
So
just buy
no
their guns here.
No immigrant comes across with guns and drugs.
What? First of all, if you're a believer in 2A,
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying guns. Guns is a benign thing, right? You can go to fucking Walmart and get a gun here.
So no immigrant comes across with guns.
Why would it be bad that they have a gun?
I'm asking you, no immigrant, no illegal immigrant comes across with a gun.
I don't think it's a common issue at all. No, I think that you might be able to say
does
1
it
or 2,
happen?
dude.
Does that-
Dude,
that's why
you
I
have to
said
be
1
as
or
vague
2.
as hell, dude. This is not a good
That's why I
analogy.
said 1 or 2.
If they have a gun, it's an American gun, right?
That's why I said 1 or 2.
Again, if they have a gun, it's an American gun.
But you're saying they like no illegal immigrants ever come across with guns like that they have
The
like
guns that they got from
brought.
America?
So is this like an actual study? You know they don't, or you're just
Yes.
assuming?
Yes, the cartel uses our guns.
Bro, let me look. So you're saying no illegal immigrant has ever come across with a gun?
No,
Let me
you're
look.
just this is a horrible analogy, dude.
No, because that's what you're saying. So let's see if you're
They're
right.
coming, dude. There's more guns than people in the United States. For you to say they're bringing guns is so benign. I don't give a flying fuck.
Let's see if you're right, bro. You said no illegal immigrants ever come across with guns.
For you to allude to that's a thing. Like, it's like saying they come here with rocket launchers. I'm sure there might have been one.
But that still means it happens.
Yeah, I know, but we're not going to empty out the United States and fuck up our own economy and create a $350 billion
But that's
deficit.
why I made that. That's why I made that. Yes, they have been documented instances of illegal immigrants crossing the border with firearms. Through law enforcement data indicates it is relatively rare occurrence. That's why I said only 2 people. That's why I said only 2 because it's rare.
Again, what is so when if an undocumented migrant didn't come across the United States border with a gun,
Yeah.
if 100% of them didn't have a gun, couldn't they just buy a gun here, man?
They could.
Okay, so what are you even fucking talking about?
But that doesn't defeat the analogy I made.
Yes,
That's
because
just adding-
Disneyland doesn't sell guns.
That's just adding new nuance.
Yes, and you're literally it cancels itself out.
How? How does it cancel itself out?
Because you're sitting here.
You
if
agreed
Dis-
it rarely happens.
You're okay. In our analogy, Disneyland is looking for people with
Yeah.
guns. But what if Disneyland sold guns, man? Then it wouldn't be that big of a deal, would it?
But look, what if Disneyland sold guns, but to people with paperwork? It would be that big of a deal.
You don't need. I'm in Texas. It's constitutional carry. You could literally, you could see a fucking 13-year-old carry a fucking shotgun down the street.
Okay, we're getting off topic. What is your like? I'm gonna say my point. You say your point. So we could because we're too focused on nuances. All right. What I'm saying is there are some rare, very, very rare instances where people come across the border with bad stuff. I won't say guns. So I'll just say bad stuff. And there's a bunch of people come across without paperwork. To slow it down because it was happening so much because of COVID. He removed them.
That doesn't slow down anything.
It did slow down. The border crossings were super low.
What slowed it down was him trying to send them to third countries.
So it did slow down. You said it didn't, and it did.
No, his deterrence. What slowed it down was his deterrence, his human rights violation.
Down, though, right?
His human rights violations. I'm sure that like cutting off people's hands would slow down theft, but we don't do that, right? That would be bad, right?
But that's different because we have a system for that.
Okay, but we're talking about in this proposed reality, your idea of stopping people from crossing the border involves literal crimes, literal unhumane things.
What crime?
Things like sending people away with no due process, sending them to...
And that's wrong. Even when Obama did it, do you agree it's wrong?
Yes,
so
but
it's
Obama...
Wrong. I'm not saying that's right.
All right, but Obama was deporting 60% criminals. Trump's 70% of his deportations are non-criminal.
But what about the 30%?
20% of them were re-entries. 10% of them were something else. I forgot.
Let me see. This is true. So you're saying he didn't deport no criminals?
Trump? No, most of his deportations are not criminals, and the most of the criminals that he does deport, they're just straight out of prisons that were already fucking incarcerated.
It says, according to year-end data released by the Department of Homeland Security and the internal reports, approximately 67 of 622,000 migrants formerly deported by ICE had criminal history.
Yeah, we have actual reporting on this.
That's what it says. So you're saying this is a lie?
Yes.
This is from the Department of Homeland of Security.
Yeah, I know. But when I show you from the Department of Homeland Security the amount of people that do crimes here, that math doesn't math.
So this is just like we both have different sources.
Look, criminal alien statistics. Homicide and manslaughter. Fiscal year 2026, we have 9 murders. Out of 600,000 people, how many think were fucking murderers?
But we both just have different sources. Like,
this is Customs Border Patrol.
This is Homeland of Security.
Yeah, this is a sub department of DHS.
So this is a lower department of DHS.
Yes.
It's not the main, which I'm getting my source from, the main. Come on, I got a point there. You can't lie. I got a point there.
Okay. Transactional records access clearing track reveals approximately 70 to 70% of individuals detained and deported by ICE have no criminal convictions. Department of Homeland Security often reports that 70% of its arrests are criminal aliens. This leads to confusion. This reaches this higher criminal percentage by including individuals with pending charges who have not been proven guilty.
So how many of those 60 to 70 is pending charges?
I'm gonna say maybe 100%.
Nah, you think so? Nah, 100% is crazy. And there's no source showing how many is pending charges?
Track. 60%, 70% detainees have no criminal conviction. 442K held in ICE detention have no criminal conviction according to data. Many of those convicted committed only minor offenses, including traffic violations. Yeah, but completely benign, bro. I don't know what this data is showing me. Number of detainees, percentage detained by ICE, CBP, arresting authority. I don't know, it's not really showing me anything here.
Yeah, I'm looking. It says there is no public standardized number telling you how many of the 60 to 70% were pending charges versus convicted criminals, because those claims usually come from aggravated or selective defined categories rather than a single uniform data set.
Yeah. Again, if 70% of them have no criminal convictions, that means that they're either non-criminal or they committed a traffic violation.
Okay, but
or
look,
they have
what about
pending
this?
charges? 100%.
It's the clean breakdown from ICE data plus FOIA based data sheets, and it says convicted criminals 28%, pending charges 20 to 30, and no criminal 40 to 50.
Oh, so like 60% of their non-criminals have no criminal record at all. So 70%, and then 60% of that 70% have no criminal conviction at all, or arrest.
It says 28% is convicted, so that's like 1/3.
No, you're talking about 28
that's
plus
1/3
70.
of the
28 plus 70 is almost 100%. I'm guessing the other 2% are at the border.
No, it's 40 to 50, no criminal conviction, and it's 20 to 30 pending charges.
20 or 30 of the people they're claiming to be criminal convictions or criminals?
No, that's pending. That's pending. 20 to 30% is pending charges, and no criminal convictions is 40 to 50.
Yeah, so the most of them, the large majority of the people are completely benign. No people, and then those pending charges.
So we could do that
could
28%. That 28%, we could divide it by the 622,000, and that percent will be criminally convicted
of
the because it says 622 there's 60 to he deported 622, 60 to 70 have criminal records. So we would divide that 622 by 28.
Yeah, and then the criminal record thing, they're reaching, right? Because it just says that they could be like fucking traffic tickets.
I mean, see, it's a lot of nuance because yeah, that could be. It's a lot of nuance, like.
But we look at the actual records of these people, and they are largely like hardened criminals. They have the most benign crimes you could ever see. Like, imagine there's a total of 17,000 actual criminals per year that are undocumented. When we talk about like hardened criminals, I talk about like SA, murder, DUIs, things like that, possession of firearms, etc. 17,000. How many migrants are in the United States right now undocumented?
I'm not sure the exact number.
It's something around 12 to 15 million. So 17,000 criminals per year out of the 15 million here.
So what do you think we should do?
There's a million
mass
things.
Amnesty?
There's a million things. Amnesty? There's a million things between mass amnesty and mass deportation. Those are not our only two.
And what about the
choices.
criminals?
The choice is deport them all. Hardened criminals, the 17,000. I think that's already the thing.
But how are we going to separate them if we have so many illegal immigrants coming in?
When they're convicted, they're put in jail. We can either keep them and make them serve their time, or deport them. They're already separated.
I'm saying the criminals coming in, like the criminals coming in with no paperwork. How do we, and we don't like catch them? How do we separate those from the people who come in with no paperwork who are not criminals?
I think it's a poor use of resources. It's a poor use of resources to go hunt these people down and criminalize them in the first place. It's a poor use of resources considering the fact that they commit so little crime. And here's what I always bring up. There's people speeding right now. I live next to a highway. There's people speeding right now. That is far more harmful than somebody crossing the border. I don't give a fuck what you say. 48,000 people die every year from car accidents. I think if we doubled down and did 100% conviction rate or catch 100% of the people speeding, that would also be bad. We have to do a thing called prosecutorial discretion. So if we were to do 100% policing and 100% arrest rate of anybody who broke the law by 1 mile per hour speeding on the highway, then we would gum up our traffic. We would gum up our commerce. We would see things like insurance rates skyrocket. We would see people losing jobs at an extremely high rate. We would see people losing their homes, unable to pay their bills because they have so many tickets from speeding. You have to be, this is a very delicate thing. You have to have discretion. Same thing can be said with mass deportation.
Okay, let's get off immigration. Let's go to the economy. How the low? What about the lows he had? The 3.5 year, the 50-year low, and the wage growth.
The wage growth is cool. I would really like to know what you think Trump did to create wage growth.
Probably the all-time low. And the wage growth could come from the Tax and Jobs Cut Act. That's why the wages grew, because the corporates had more money to work with because they got tax cuts.
No, if you have a tax bill at the end of the year, say if you owe $300 million, what you could do to mitigate that tax liability is literally just give everyone a fucking raise.
But all right, but also the tax. So if you get a tax cut, are you not saving more money?
For what?
So you can give it, so you can make wage growth.
Yeah, but you can just do that already by giving somebody an increased wage.
So it's probably just a different way he wanted to do it. Like they wanted to do it.
I think it's a very expensive way to do it, and you're pretty much just trusting very greedy corporations to pass those savings on to their people. We don't have anything that proves that.
We have the evidence that the wage growth happened, though.
We have no evidence that could attribute it to TCJA.
All right, so why would you say there was wage growth under Trump?
Probably just from a healthy economy growing from what Biden left us. Plus,
So
did you know?
It was because it was because of Biden, right?
I can actually name bills that Biden passed that would probably
This
promote
was
wage growth.
before Biden. This was before Biden. So how was it because of Biden if it was before Biden?
What was before Biden? Wage growth?
Yes, you just said it was
Then
because of Biden.
yeah, okay, we're talking about the period of time where wage growth definitely didn't happen during Biden, right? During pandemic.
This was 2017 to 2019.
Okay, well, that would definitely, you would have a hard time making the case that Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which the first year that would actually affect you, would be the year after. If there were
No,
2
but look, you
years
just said it was
before,
because of Biden. You just said it was because of
okay,
Biden.
then Obama.
Oh, now it's Obama. I thought it was because of Biden.
Well, I thought you were talking about these recent years.
So it wasn't that Democrat. It was just this Democrat. It's whatever
yes,
Democrat
Trump
was.
did literally nothing besides tax cuts, big, giant, sloppy tax cuts for everybody, which bankrupted the country.
You see how you just attributed to Biden though, without even not knowing what year it was. You just was ready to attribute it to Biden.
Because when people talk about wage growth right now, they're talking about last year, because last year was one of the few years we can point to where we saw wages outpace inflation. That's
and
why.
so this year we're not having wage growth.
We might be.
So like, what's the like? And he's in office.
Did you know that we could literally just take like 1/100th of what Trump spent doing this and just give people that money and it'd be cheaper?
But it's probably because, okay, look, you said Obama, oh, look, this perfect. Obama was in office, Obama did good, it affected Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Trump does bad, it affects Biden, right?
Yeah.
So if Biden does bad, that would affect Trump, right?
Yeah, but you're going to have to be more discretionary here. You're going to have more
Trump
nuance.
is spending this money because he's probably making up for the stuff that Biden, like the stuff that's falling on him because Biden messed up.
Yeah, Biden handed him the world's best economy. Literally handed him the world's best economy. Every single
Because
economic
his
indicator.
policies or whatever he had in play didn't enact until Trump got into office, and then that's where it's like, yo,
that's not
going
true.
down here.
It's not true. Biden's policy were more directly effective of the economy.
And then how do you explain that the crime rate being so much lower?
Biden reduced crime rate every year he was in office versus Trump left the first time.
But Trump first step act, it reduced crime.
What? How did it reduce crime? It just released people from jail.
Because it reduced the sentence for some non-violent offenders. So do you think you know how people go to jail, and when you go to jail you have a more likelihood of ending up back in jail?
Recidivism, yeah.
Yeah, so those people who have non-violent crime that are put in there, they're gonna have a more and they finish their whole sentence, they're gonna have a more likely chance of going back because of just how the system is in there. So getting them out of there would reduce those non-violent offenders going back.
Dude, what do you think tough on crime laws? What party do you think bolsters tough on crime?
What part tough bolster on crime?
Yeah, which party's tough on crime?
I would say Trump.
All right, well that cancels that out, doesn't it?
He's tough on like bad crime, like violent crime, not non-violent. Democrats like they don't like weed and stuff. Like Kamala, she was taking she would have to sentence people who did weed in California, which ran by Democrats. Like they don't like.
You're lying. Her
Yeah,
prosecutorial record on weed was very good. Out of 1,500 cases where weed was involved, 45 were sent to jail, and it was because they were repeat offenders.
So they were sending people to jail for having weed repeatedly.
Or it was enhanced. It was like having weed while doing burglary.
But I'm pretty sure the non-enhanced make up a big a big percentage.
The
still.
vast majority of people prosecuted for weed under Kamala were not sentenced to jail. This is silly. Only red states right now, literally, only red states have left weed to be criminalized. I live in Texas. They just criminalized diet weed.
Yes, that's because Trump is trying to make sure we're healthy like him.
So now it's good that we criminalize weed, but you hate Kamala for it?
No, because they criminalize like y'all claim to be soft on like those type crimes, but then y'all criminalize. We're hard on
What?
crimes.
You dog. Literally, Texas will arrest you if you have weed, or even just hemp.
But Donald Trump's not the leader though. Donald Trump would like unban weed.
I don't think so, man. He just moved it to Schedule 3, but it's only Republicans that are still trying to do the quote-unquote war on drugs and lock people up and create horrible, harsh situations for people for things that are completely benign.
How does this make him a bad president though?
Trump is literally the worst president this country's ever seen, minus maybe one or two other
So you don't think
cases.
he's a good leader?
No. What?
So you don't think he's helping in Venezuela, he's helping in Iran, he's helping in
Helping what? Venezuela still has the same exact leadership in place.
But they set an example like, yo, if y'all get too out of line, we're gonna like we took your first nigga
Dude,
out.
he's trying to install dictators into other countries right now. Honduras, fucking Hungary.
How do you know he's trying to install dictators? Where's
Because he sent Vance to Hungary to go pander for Viktor Orban, who's an autocrat, who's been in power for 16 years in Hungary.
Yes, because they know he could do good things under Vance.
I'm talking Viktor Orban, Hungary. He's trying to install dictator in Hungary.
Vance is mentoring him.
He's not mentoring him. Viktor Orban mentors Trump.
So why did Trump send Vance?
I don't know, because maybe he was too busy to go personally try to help an authoritarian get elected. Viktor Orban is known to visit Trump even when he's not in office, to his personal home. They're buddies.
Trump has the most women in his cabinet of all time. He's pro women.
He's fired most of I think all of the women in his cabinet, besides McMahon.
I mean, but that's kind of what happens when you know your job. Like, but he hired them because he's pro women. They couldn't do their job. Like, so he had to let them go. But he was showing like, yo, I'm pro women. Like, I can hire.
I don't care if you tokenize women. I think that what he's done to women is horrible, and what he's done to women's rights is horrible. He doesn't get points for that, dude.
So because he's pro women, he don't get points for being pro women.
He's not pro women.
How is he not? If he
Dude, the red pill movement on the right, especially bolstered by
Trump.
That's
not a real thing. That's just the internet thing. That's not a real life.
That is a very, very real life thing.
Bro, so you tell me you've been in real life and somebody was like, man, F these women. I'm hard. I'm like red pill.
Yes, I literally just had a guest like an hour ago that was like, women are bad. They're second-class citizens.
No, look, not the internet. I'm talking about in person. Like you walking in public.
What's the difference between me talking to a real person through the phone versus meeting one?
People are different on the internet. Like in real life, bro, he's not like, bro. In real life, people don't act like that.
No, they just feel more brave to espouse their beliefs when they're behind the internet.
Now that might be true. But you see them so much because they're on the internet, like because they can't do that in real life. And in real life,
this is a huge cop out. Andrew Tate, his millions and millions of followers that bought into his bullshit red pill stuff. Sneeko, same thing. This is a huge movement, man.
But these people aren't in So have you ran into one of them in real life?
Yeah. Yes.
Bro, no, bro. These people aren't real.
I live in Texas. What do you mean they're not real? Yes, they are.
I never ran into
my brothers are them.
So you want to say your brothers are like inspirational? Like you don't look up to your brothers? Like
no.
So you don't believe in your family?
Why would I arbitrarily just sheep along with my brother's beliefs?
So why does your brother believe in red pill? Have he gave you a good reason?
I don't know. He's probably just a fucking incel, and he's trying to look for bad
Now I don't
figures.
defend red pill. So if people are doing red pill, like I feel like, but Trump's not red pill though.
Yes, he is.
What makes
How
you
many
think he's
how
red
many
pill?
kids have you heard defending Trump's grape allegations and saying that they're not true just because they like Trump?
But how's that red pill? That's red. That counts as.
That
I
is
thought red pill.
absolutely red pill,
I
not
thought
believing
red
women.
pill was just hating women.
Yes, basically espousing that
So
people
if
like
you don't
E. Jean
believe
Carroll,
them, that don't mean you hate them.
any sort of Christian movement is also anti-feminists.
How? What's wrong with Christianity? You don't believe in God?
No.
See, that's what's wrong with the Democratic Party. Y'all need God. Y'all need more God in y'all party.
No, I'm good, man.
Because I feel like y'all think just because the Bible says this and that, God exists outside of the Bible, and Trump sees that. That's why he's Christian.
No, we're good.
So what's bad about God?
Somebody who's coercing you into loving them with the ultimatum of burning in hell for the rest of eternity. I don't know. I can't think of anything.
It doesn't say that. It says you're going to be from God. Like it says you're going to be a part. Like the part that you're describing, that's all metaphorical. That's not like real. That's how it's going to feel being separated from God. You're just going to be like not a part of God's kingdom.
Everything
You're
that
gonna
you
be
don't
taken
like
away.
is just a metaphor when you're a Christian.
But okay, even if we remove the Bible, that doesn't disprove God. Like I feel like y'all hinge on the Bible a lot and be like, oh, it's a contradiction in the Bible. God's not real. That doesn't mean that because God exists outside of the Bible.
I think that it's all a bunch of superstitious nonsense for people who need some sort of answers to things that can't be answered.
It's proved in science too, though.
No, it's not, dude.
Do you believe in potentiality and actuality?
Sure.
Okay. So for something to have potential, there has for something has potential and the actuality have to happen. So there's a chain of events that happens. There has to be an ultimate actuality that started the chains of events to go on.
Yeah, but that's already canceled out by the fact that God is exists outside of time and space. So for these things to have it,
is that started the chain.
No, again. So then, what started him?
He's necessary. He's a necessary. He's like a brute fact. Like that's like asking who started time. No one started time. Time is just a brute fact. Time exists is like it's a brute fact. Like you saying why who existed a necessary. That's just asking why is a fact a fact. It's because it's a fact.
I think we're starting to get into like gibberish and splitting hairs. I really don't feel like doing a God debate, but I would just say to you that morality is doing the right thing despite what you're told, and religion is doing what you're told despite what is right and wrong.
That's not true. Because God is the standard for morality.
No, he's not.
So he is good. So if you're doing something like how you're preaching to these people and you feel like you're telling them to do is good, that comes from God.
No. I think God has prescribed a lot of disgusting things throughout history if he was true.
Okay, let's not get into that. Let's just or can we agree on this? Trump has had some he had some mess ups during his term for sure. But he's not the worst president of all time.
Okay,
really think he's not the worst president of all time.
He's at least bottom 3.
Like you don't think he's up there with Biden? Like him and Biden are like
Biden's top 15 according to most historians. Trump is bottom 48th, 47th.
I will agree.
I'm sorry,
this term is super bad. I will agree. This term is is horrible. But his first term, just off his first term, he was pretty good.
Yeah, I literally miss George W. Bush, who also might be one of the worst. But Trump is so bad that I would take George Bush in a
No, just
heartbeat.
his first term. Trump first term, you would take George Bush over a Trump first term.
His first term, he didn't fucking do anything. He passed the
Isn't that better than
TCJA. He golfed. That's about it.
Warp Speed? He had Warp Speed. He had the Tax Job Cut Act. He had Step Up Act. He had
The First Step Act.
fuck.
Listen, you don't get points for passing legislation that
You
accelerated.
just said he didn't do nothing.
Yeah, you don't get points for something that you turned around and got your whole voter base to not partake in.
No, but we're exclude his second term. I'll agree his second term bad. We're just talking about his first term. His first term, like those are good things that happen.
Yeah, I don't think that a president who golfed 1/5 of his presidency gets to be called a good president.
We're talking about because of the legislation he passed.
He had one piece of legislation that you could remember. The First Step Act is just
I
recycled
remember
from
3.
Obama.
The First Step Act, the Warp Speed Act. Oh, the COVID Act he had with COVID.
Save Act, yeah, that was hugely
That's
bipartisan. It's not.
That's-
No, he
that's
doesn't get.
four acts.
He is responsible for at least 300,000 excess deaths during COVID, according to his own Department of Health. He doesn't get points.
But that's 4 acts he passed that you would agree are good.
Yeah, you don't get points for being handed legislation that was recycled from Obama or that was completely necessary and was bipartisan 100%. You don't get points for that.
Wouldn't you say that everything Biden did was necessary?
I would say that they also took creative direction from the Biden administration and worked downstream.
Like the chips and what's it? The chips and
science.
jobs. Yeah. Do you feel like it was necessary? Like we needed to do something like that?
Yes, and then Trump came in and gutted it and is doing the exact opposite and spending like 1,500% times more doing the same thing.
Because you just said it was necessary for them to do it, and you would give them props when Trump does something that's necessary.
It wasn't imminent. It wasn't. It would like if given the chance.
Said it was necessary.
Yeah, but it wasn't so necessary that Trump gets to undo it. Apparently, it's not, right?
But you gave them points for necessary stuff, but you're not going to give Trump
the
points
Chips
for
and Science Act was a creative child of the Biden administration. You don't get to say, oh, it was done because there was an imminent threat.
But I said it was done because it was necessary, and you did too.
I think necessary is different when we're talking about like a global pandemic versus us industrializing manufacturing microchips, dude.
So what about the Warp Speed Act?
Dude, I'm gonna take a wild guess that his hands were forced on this.
Oh, see, everything forced, everything. Like, come on, bro, give him something.
No, he came around. He wouldn't even advocate for the vaccine because he said that he would get too much backlash, dude. You don't get points for that.
But then he passed the bill, right?
He signed it. Good job.
Oh, he don't get that point either. He don't get no points.
No, Trump is the fucking worst person ever, dude. He's the worst thing to poison this country with this disgusting people and behaviors.
I feel like y'all just hate him. So even if he would, like, say if slavery is still going on and he abolished slavery, I'd be like, that needed to happen. He don't get points for that.
No, I don't think it goes that deep. I think that Trump has done everything he can to hit the guardrails of our democracy, even in his first administration, especially after we talk about fucking January 6th and installing fake slates of electors. No, you don't give fucking points for having something handed to you in the middle of a pandemic and just signing it and trying to take all the credit. In fact, he delayed payments to citizens because he had to stop the checks going out because he wanted his fucking signature on it. He's that narcissistic.
Warp Speed Act. Oh, that was for the vaccines. But the Tax and Jobs Act wasn't necessary, and he passed it.
It was.
That's a bad thing too.
Yeah, yes, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was a huge, huge deficit to our budget. It was absolutely horrible.
It raised wages.
It did not. God, dude. Like, we could literally have given 1/100th of that act to just people, and it would have cost less.
Let me look if there was an upward trend of wages before he passed that, or if did it spike? Because if it spiked, will you admit that it was because of the act that
I already have information on this.
was
Hold
it an
on.
upward trend or did it spike?
There was no upward trend until.
And then Thomas talking about still waiting for my Trump phone. I already got one. I should show y'all my Trump phone.
Your $150 phone that you bought for $500 that's 2 years old?
It don't work though, I'm not gonna lie.
Bro. You got conned and you're still fucking
But
simping
it was
for
like
Trump?
a collectible. It was like a collectible.
Yeah, just like fucking Nazi fucking paraphernalia is collectible.
Bro, he's a Nazi now. I feel like y'all be throwing No, Democrats do that a lot. Y'all throw buzzwords. Y'all be like, "Oh, you're misogynistic. You're trans. You're homophobic. You're everything in the book." Y'all do throw
Trump
buzzwords.
absolutely is using all of the rhetoric and tactics that any fascist would use or any dictator would use. He is best friends with all of the world's dictators, and they give him all of the playbook to do what he's been doing right now.
Have you heard the quote? Like, did your parents ever used to say like, my enemy, my enemy? Wait, how it go again? My friend, my
Keep
enemy
your
is
enemies close, whatever.
Yeah,
You don't get to say that. They are his friends. They're his friends. They're not his enemies. He is holding hands with these people, sharing playbooks, trying to get them elected into power. That's you don't get points for that.
That's how you win them over, so it could benefit the U.S.
Dude, no, absolutely not, man. Absolutely not. You don't get to go say, oh, he plucked Maduro out of Venezuela, but installing a dictator of his flavor in Honduras is good.
Because now we control. Look, that's the same thing we did for Iran. We took and we did do it wrong. I'm not like we should have did it better. But like we took the leader out and then we controlled Iran. Like we took the leader out of Venezuela and now
we're not controlling Iran.
No, for that time when we elected a leader,
the Shah.
That's what I just said.
He was a brutal dictator. He was disgustingly horrible.
I just said we didn't do it right, but like that shows how it could benefit U.S. interests.
It didn't benefit us, man.
Yes, it did. Because the reason we did that is because they were threatening to stop. Like they were threatening to start selling more oil to China using China currency. So that's why we and they weren't going to. I think it was something like with the UK. Like basically, it had something to do with oil. We wanted the oil, so we went and we elected.
So we did it for money.
But that's what I'm saying. But we had pool in there, right? So it could show how we could use that for good. Like we could elect somebody in there and then we could use it for good.
Bro, this is such a weird, disgusting cope. I think that easily somebody who doesn't have like narcissistic tendencies that literally just walks the same walk as some of the most disgusting dictators that have walked the earth. You don't get to just say he's playing nice with everybody. He is that person. He wants to be that person. He's building statues and monuments and putting his face on dollar bills and passports and airports and the Kennedy Center. He is so narcissistic. He is not just doing this for the betterment of the United States.
Where is the money? How is it helping us? You got your Trump. When Trump gave you the stimulus check, you got your money.
What? Dude, Trump had to print $5 trillion when he was in office because he bankrupted the fuck out of us. No.
So if he bankrupted us, how are we still spending money?
I don't know. I don't know how you guys keep getting convinced that we should go do more deficit spending every time you're not. I don't get it. I don't know.
It's because we still have money. Like if you were bankrupt, could you spend money?
Dude, our GDP.
If you were bankrupt, could you spend money?
Yes, yeah. And I've been in bankruptcy and I could still spend money.
How'd you spend money if you were bankrupt?
Dude, bankruptcy is not exactly a perfect analogy for this, but you absolutely can spend money. It consolidates all of your debt depending on what bankruptcy you do. You consolidate all your debt. You get to live and breathe.
We consolidated all of our debt.
How?
Because we went bankrupt.
We didn't file bankruptcy, dude.
You just said we went bankrupt.
No, I'm saying that the debt is 122% of our GDP and our credit score's fallen twice.
But our credit score is still in the high 60s. I'm pretty sure we got like a 690 last time I checked. 687 now probably.
Yeah, it's just cool. Not proud of that.
And you could get good loans with that. Cause that's good credit. It's in the green.
Bro, you're silly.
We're a couple points from 700.
You're a silly goose, man. You're extremely upbeat about how shitty Trump has handled the economy and the
Because
budget.
I feel like we got to be optimistic. That's why so much down and hate in the world. Like if we all stay positive and optimistic, things gonna get better.
Yeah, well, half of us are extremely unoptimistic about the presence of a completely benign type of person here in the United States. But what are you gonna do?
You got to be happy and you got to see the good that he doing.
There's a nice little video of Maduro with
I have a
hyperinflation.
690 right now and I can't get.
There's a video.
Shit, what
Hold
you
it,
talking about?
dude.
Not the
My
US.
eyes are up here.
All right, I'm listening.
There's a little video of Maduro dancing on
Yeah.
stage while hyperinflation and the economy is falling in Venezuela, and he's singing a little song. He's playing the song, "Don't worry, be happy." That's what you're doing.
Nah, look. No, see, that's different. Because that's not happening to us.
The whole world
You
hates
just,
us. Every
Bro,
economic
we're-
indicator is upside down. We're heading there, man.
bro, have you invested in stocks?
Only 20% of this country is directly invested in stocks. That is a
Bro, we
privilege.
all gotta invest in stocks more.
Yeah, nice. I'm sure that you could go tell the people of Cuba to go invest in stocks. They'd be like, oh shit, I never thought about that.
Like, I seen some stuff. I don't know the Cuba stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on over there. I wouldn't defend that. I don't know. But I mean, like, I feel like if you give it time towards the end of his term, you're gonna see like damn, like things are looking up, like things are looking pretty good. Like it was just a rough start.
No. Trump's about to be neutered. He's not gonna have any power to do anything
Because
legislatively.
the tariff checks. When you get your tariff check, you're gonna be happy.
Oh my, you still think that's happening? The tariffs
Just
were
like-
already struck down by a judge. There's like 10% blanket tariffs, and that's about it. Why would he give us that money back?
We're gonna get the check because
No, we're not.
he gave us.
Dude, I
Oh,
feel
y'all say
sorry
he
for you
spent
if you
so-
really think
y'all
tariff checks
say
are coming.
He spends so much money. He prints so much money. So wouldn't that be in his nature to print some more money and give us tariff check? Because he keep printing and
I'm
spending
sure
money.
it will spend my like Monopoly money if he prints that much, dude.
So you agree he would give us tariff checks like if we're staying consistent?
No, he's already given a refund of the tariff money he's collected to the corporations that paid them. How in the fuck is he gonna give us money?
By printing it, like you say he keeps printing it.
Dude, I'm kicking you, man.
What?
God damn. Oh my god. Someone says it must be exhausting obsessing over Trump 24/7. I bet you would have been in Mussolini's like Italy and said the same thing. Like, look at this beta cuck crying about Mussolini. Get over it, dude. You're overreacting. You'd be a good high school teacher. Mussolini is our leader. Deal with it. Whether you'd like it or not. I don't know. Maybe. I won't be here in my room, all of the time. There's no fucking chance in hell I'd go get a master's degree to go take the torture of the American education system. Did Mama Pickles go home? That's honestly what's fucking me up today. Yeah, she's not here anymore. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, though. They're talking about my mom, Oslo. My mom's crashing on in my apartment last 2 days. Having some relationship issues. She did not kidnap Fairy Pickles. No, there's no way I'd let that happen. She is in a pickle. Dude, I mean, I would do whatever, you know, I would help her, whatever it took. But it was hard to sleep. Like, I have a queen bed. I have a queen size bed. Well, like, I am somewhat relieved to have like my own bed back. I don't like what's going on. We did go out to eat a few times. That was nice. Oh, are you a Trump supporter?
Are you a neo-libertarian phalangist or a tung 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 Sahur accelerationist?
Tung, dude.
Oh no, that's a bad choice. Like everybody's poor. Like ew.
Or the glasses, the guards repair. The glasses hurt the fuck out of my head when I wear them, so I've just been dealing with it. I've been able to sleep well because I've been working out, so it's not a deal breaker for me. You got new pants, you have Pokemon on them? W. Taylor. I'm wearing my Hunter pants. Hunter shorts. I worked out in these bad boys today. I accidentally wore my Akatsuki Crocs to the gym today. I was like halfway there. I was walking to the gym. And I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm going to work out in my Crocs. Good leg day and everything. Just fucked it up. Imagine how well you would work if you had to get up and head to a job. It's much easier just rolling right out of bed and, you know? I'm very cautious if anybody that just screams let me in. The price of a Steam machine was like $1,200. $14. Yeah, the price of RAM. They're even buying up DDR2. DDR2 RAM is flying off of shelves. That's how far we're gone. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. Yeah, I'll just stick with my computer. I'll stick with my computer and download games on Steam. That's fucking wild. I'll just rob a Best Buy. Dude, I have a $50 gift certificate from Best Buy sitting on my phone that I think I've had for like 4 years. Should I go buy like some candy? I don't know what do I want from Best Buy anymore. Guys, I think I'm getting off. I think I'm getting off. I think I'm gonna do a taco stand stream. If you guys want to hang out with me at the taco stand, we're gonna go do a taco stand stream. I'm gonna go be I'm gonna go be a Papi Chulo. I'm gonna go be a daddy. Go be a daddy at the stand. At the taco stand. Dude, my taco stand. My taco stand had a drunk driver plow through it. Not through the stand, but yeah, they're already open. Like half of the picnic tables are gone. Dodged a bullet. Could have been me. Are there people? No casualties as far as I know. No casualties. I mean, as good as you can be after getting hit by a car. I don't know. 4 people, yeah. That what D posted in Discord? Maybe? I didn't see. Alright, guys. Taco stand? Yeah, Zilla. Yeah, chat, I love yous. I'm gonna go. I'm actually not gonna go to taco stand. I'm gonna make food. I'm gonna make food. I'm gonna make food. All right. Love you, chat. Maybe we can watch some movies tonight. Maybe we can do that. All right. Anybody want to watch movies? What is it? 9:30. have any movie watching oneers? Yeah? Dude, I gotta show you. My brand new projector, I got it for $50. I'm just gonna get another one. But I fucking mounted it to my ceiling. MacGyver level. I mounted it to my ceiling. I was so proud of myself. There was super glue involved. And I was like, dang, I got it all like keystoned and like perfect for my projector screen. Turn it on, and something that I did put this huge fucking blemish on the screen. So, whatever. We got a new one coming. But yeah. Anyway. All right. End of story. Chat, I love you. I'll see you guys in Discord. We're going to hop in Discord, watch movies. All right.